Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Sewell Point Town Commission meeting of December 10th. We rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Town Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Vice Mayor Fender,
Here.
Commissioner Burrell,
Here.
Commissioner Kurzman,
Yes.
Commissioner Mayfield,
Here.
Commissioner Tidiscus.
Here.
Tidicus.
All right. So we'll start with proclamations and presentations. I think first line of business is,
Be Mr. Tom Peck. Jonathan, come up, please.
so we hinted last week, at the last meeting, that we had a key to the city for out-of-one Mayor Tom Peck, and today I'd like to actually officially become the flag for 3 years of great service as mayor, and of course 4 years on the commission. So we really appreciate the good work you've done. We've seen a lot of progress in the town. We certainly made huge progress in some of our core initiatives, and so for that, I'd like to at least recognize you for the great work you've done for the town, all right?
I want to thank you for the kind words of recognition. It's been a real honor and privilege to serve the citizens of Sewell Point over the last 4 years. I think we've gotten a lot accomplished, and I think there's going to be a lot more accomplished in the next 4 years. I want to congratulate the staff, and I think they've done a great job. And I want to thank the commission and staff because they made my job a whole lot easier. I hope that if you need anything from me, you don't hesitate to give me a call. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we're still in proclamations and presentations, so I think we'd like to hear from our friend Leo Rapetti from on the Phase 1 Connected Project.
Joe?
Joe, I guess you're going to stand in for that? Don't know?
Yeah, I have it. Okay.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
That's okay. Anyways, one of the reasons for having this presentation tonight was we just know we're going to receive.
Leo's right behind you.
Just in time, perfect time. Can we put
Saved by
that
the
in,
bell.
put that in presentation mode?
Yeah.
I'm going to sit right here next to Commissioner Barrow.
Lower right corner,
Lower right.
it's a little slide looking thing.
Or they Bob will move it.
There you go.
Okay, there we go. All right, hi, my name is Leo Rapetti. I'm the Technical Services Administrator for Martin County Utilities. And here today to talk to you a little bit about the first phase of the South Sewell Point Septic to Sewer program based on Martin County Utilities grinder program.
Thanks, Leo.
Joe?
Next slide. Oh, here we go. Quick overview of our system. Our system is, each home would have a small individual grinder station installed near the building's clean out. We use small diameter mains within the right-of-way. The mains are 2 inches, 3 inches, 4 inches, anything as big as 6 inches going down Sewell Point Road. When we install these, we're relatively unobtrusive. We did a lot of directional drill. There's a highly invisible process, and that's one of the benefits of this installation. Martin County will do the installation and maintenance of the grinder system. That's pretty important. There's a lot of municipalities that require you to get your own contractor to do the install. A lot of municipalities won't maintain it, but they mandate a certain pump if you have no idea about reliability. Martin County, just this past week, we did our 1,000th install of these same grinder systems that you'll be using here, and that's over the past 5 years. So this is just an extension of an ongoing successful program. This is not an assessment-based septic to sewer conversion. There is no cost to the homeowner until they connect. The only caveat is that if you're having a septic system failure or a drain field failure or a problem with your dosing tank, the health department will not give you a permit to rehabilitate your system, and you would instead need to connect at that time.
Mandatory.
And then there's also a financing option on utilities bill, which we're going to talk about in just a second. Next slide. Phase 1, 169 homes. They're shown in the purple shaded homes. These are the same properties that are also listed in the interlocal agreement between Martin County and the town of Sewell's Point. So if somebody lives a house away from this and they want to connect, we can at this time because the interlocal only allows us to service those homes that the mains were designed to serve. A little bit what's happening on the home. I guess the picture will show this in a second. There's an underground basin about 2 feet in diameter that is below grade. It uses a grinder pump that grinds up and emulsifies everything that gets flushed down the toilet and sends it under pressure out to our system, which ultimately ends up in our Jensen Beach plant for processing. There's a small wall-mounted controller, much like a
Sprinkler?
something you use for like a sprinkler or something similar to that, and then a small diameter main, 1.25 inches between our basin and the main in the right of way. Next. So for our standard installation, our cost for a grinder system is $10,000. However, we are discounting that if it's connected within the first 365 days down to $7,000, and that includes a grant that we have with the state for $1,000 for connection. Those are only available within the first 365 days. We also have a provision if someone buys a house and they would like to connect, and maybe the system became available 2 years ago, but they want now, we will allow them within 90 days to give a grace period to go ahead and connect, and we'll give them that discounted $7,000 price. The other option is to pay $85 a month on your utility bill. That's spread out over 120 months. It is simple interest, and we've actually had people that sign up for it to get the financing. It's just a simple form homeowners fill it online with SELF, the Solar Energy Loan Fund. It literally overnight approval, very simple process. As long as you're a good customer with Martin County Utilities, that's kind of your credit worthiness. We've had people that have signed up for the program and then 2 months later paid off the balance. A simple interest on whatever the unpaid balance is. So non-standard installation. As you can imagine, we had a separate program to suit the vast majority of the homes out there. There's going to be some outliers. If a home needs an electrical panel upgrade and you can't take this extra breaker, then that's going to be on the homeowner. That's not part of this program. We can't guarantee that it will work in every system. Over the 1,000 that we've installed, we've only encountered a handful that needed some panel upgrades, so it's few and far between, but it does happen. Electrical runs over 100 feet. There's been places where we've had a garage mother-in-law suite where that's where the electrical panel was, but then the grinder needed to be somewhere else, and we had to run extra electric, so that would be an extra charge. Gravity lateral, sometimes they're in the back of the house, you've got to run more gravity. The first 20 feet is included, and then the lateral from the station in the force main out to the right-of-way, 75 feet. And that covers the majority of homes, but you may have some bigger estates that are pushed back. We have unit prices for all of these things, including if you have multiple septic tanks, there's an additional charge. We have the ability to do directional drill under landscaping, so someone may have a beautiful landscape yard, and we don't require you to clear a path through that landscaping. We can actually drill underneath all of that, and you can leave your landscaping intact and still have our connection. There's standard prices for all this. The majority of the homes that we encounter are $7,000, and there's a few extras that are out there. What will a homeowner see change in their bill? Our typical Martin County utilities bill has about 6,000 gallons of water consumption. Based on the consumption charge and the base sewer charge, you would expect to see $50 total sewer bill in addition to your water bill. Martin County Utilities does not charge for sewer above 10,000 gallons per month. So there are some residents that use 20, 25, 30,000 gallons a day because they want to use potable water for irrigation. They would not be charged for sewer beyond that $10,000 cap, 10,000 gallon cap. So the maximum that you would ever see in a sewer bill is just under $70 based on today's rates. We have a one-stop shop for installation. We want to try to make it as easy as possible for the homeowner. We have contractors that provide all the materials, they provide all the labor. We'll take care of the electric from your panel out to the pump and install and disconnect. We'll install the basin and then the lateral out to our main in the right-of-way. Connect the house gravity lateral to that basin, pump the septic tank, clean it, fill it per the Department of Health rules, and then we do all the grading and clean up on the side and whatnot. The contractors aren't paid for unlimited cleanup in their yard, so they're very careful. They do a really good job of not making a mess of your yard, because if they need to put down 2 pallets aside, it's on them, not enough. So they're very careful in not disrupting things. Here's installation of a recent grinder sewer. They put down boards, they put down tarps and things like that, so they're not disrupting things. We use, on the left side, you see the green pipe, we use fused fittings. We don't encourage anybody to stick a shovel in it, but unlike PVC pipe, it is a bit more durable. We'd like to, they're 2 feet down, so we'd like to think a typical homeowner working on a sprinkler is not going to encounter them, but because it's a heavier wall pipe, we would hope that you hit something and realize it's not a root and then stop, and that would be beneficial. And all pipes are fused together, so we don't need fittings that are going to leak or blow apart on us. And finally, here's a grinder pump station. You see the green disc in the yard, that's the actual top of the basin. And then the item on the left with the little green light is our control panel. In the event there's a problem with the station, the red light will flash. You call Martin County Utilities 24/7, and we'll come out and resolve what the problem is. And if it needs a new pump, we'll put a new pump in. If there's something associated with our system, we'll replace it at no charge. And with that, if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Yeah, I've got a question. What happens if you have to install a new water line? Is this piping that's going down to the street going to affect a new water line coming in if you have to run across the top?
No. Obviously, you wouldn't want to dig in the same trench as this, but if it can cross, and you
Okay.
want at least some separation so they're not resting on top of each other.
Because I know if you have a septic tank, you have to keep your water line away from the septic tank.
Correct. And this is a fused poly pipe, so there's different rules with the health department. I mean, you're with glued pipes, you've got to keep a minimum of like a foot separation between the two, but since this is a fused pipe, the DP will allow closer separation.
Yeah, thank you.
This is a copy of the letter that December 10th, that is indeed today. These letters were hitting the mail today. Within that letter, it covers a lot of topics that we just discussed. It talks about what do we do to connect. The first thing you do is call Martin County Utilities. We'll come out and make an appointment with you at your home. We will look at your electrical panel. We'll talk to you about where the station's going to go, so the homeowners are part of this decision-making process. We will make sure that we clear any landscaping, and then when we do the install, we want to make sure that you're there as well. When you connect the system, you need to come in and pay Martin County Utilities, and then also sign an agreement that is a maintenance agreement. It does a couple things. It allows residents to, ensures residents as recorded in public records, so if the house changes hands, it comes up in the title work, and the subsequent residents will see that it's a Martin County Utility maintained station. It gives us the rights to enter the property and to operate, maintain, repair components, and in return, we make sure that the homeowner isn't causing things that cause damage to our system, like flushing oyster shells, aquarium gravel, turkey fryer grease, and the reason we have rules is because we've had problems. So we just want to make sure that homeowners are doing their part and we're doing our part. There's some discussion here about what happens if we lose power. So if we lose power, we're finding more and more homes have whole house generators or portable generators. The beauty about the station is it has a generator receptacle on the side of the controller. So you can actually take a generator cord, hot generator cord, stick it in the side of this thing, and it will take over from house power, if you're house power, or it'll energize the system. It'll pump down, and then you unplug it and go back to doing what you're doing. If you have a whole house generator, then it's just part of the circuits. Martin County Utilities, within 24 hours of a power outage, we just went through this with Milton. There are several communities around Martin County that we have crews out there with generators and long extension cords, and we went from house to house to house, plugging in people, getting them pumped down at least once a day. And and I was out there with the crews doing this, maybe hundreds or so that we pumped out. We only found one that was close to the top, the other roughly 99. They had not reached capacity. There's about 80 gallons of storage capacity in this thing. That DEP rules are 50 gallons. We went to bigger basins, so it gives people a little extra time. You're losing your water heater. When you lose power, you're not going to be washing clothes. Your dishwasher's not running. And 80 gallons is a fair bit of water. It's 20, 25 toilet flushes. It's a 10-minute cold shower at 2.5 gallons a minute. So you can, it's not like one flush and you're done. Just be judicious with your water use during times of power outage. In the event that we have a really major event and we lose power to the widespread part of Martin County, there's something called Florida Warn, where other utilities have this mutual aid society. You think of a hurricane that we took a direct hit, Orlando, Miami, all sorts of other places. They have resources available, and it's a great system that works very well, where we'd have to put broadcasts out there saying, hey, we need 2 man crews with a truck-mounted generator and cords, and they'd come down and we give them a list, and they would go through and do the pump outs. And little by little, neighborhoods would get power restored, and we'd be back running on power.
Vinny, I see your light's on. Is that?
No, I just asked the question. Thanks.
Commissioner Titicus?
I have a couple questions. First question is, can someone pay the $7,000 and not connect, and then when their system fails, connect, and so lock in the price?
No. If you pay, you're a customer, and we're going to connect you. The other thing is that right now, that's our $7,000 is our pricing. It's based on current market. We haven't raised it in the last 5 years that we've done it, even though prices have gone up. Every install we do costs us money. In the future, you may say, well, I'm not going to connect in 5 years. And in the future, the price could be $8,000, $9,000, $10,000 as things increase. Or there may be more grant money on the other hand, and it could be less money to connect, and we just don't know that. So you have a whole year to decide. This letter goes out now. It's going out today. We'll send another letter out in about 11 months, and just as a reminder, and we find a surprising number of people saying, oh, it's already been 11 months. Yes, I want to take care of the discount period, or take advantage of the discount period and connect now.
Actually, I have 3 questions. One more for you, Mr. Rapetti, and then one for Joe, Mr. Capper. The Florida statute requires that within, once a sewer system is available, that a letter be sent out to the homeowners saying that it is available, and the statute requires that people connect, that you are required to connect within 365 days. How are you ignoring this statute, or why are you ignoring this statute?
I'm not, Martin County is not ignoring the statute, but I cannot come on your property and force you to connect. It's your private property, your private rights, and I mean, we're limited to what we can physically do. We can't shut off your water and say you have to connect. I mean, there's limits to what we can do. We're finding that the system is popular. So one of our older neighborhoods that we connected with was the North Sewall Point area. Well, within the first year, a third of the people took advantage of the discount and connected. I think they're probably close to a 60% connection rate, and they're about 3 years in. Forcing people to connect can also create a financial hardship. So, I mean, we're trying to be the kinder, gentler Martin County utilities, where we don't want to do code enforcement, we don't want to shut off their water, we don't want to force people in a situation when times are tight for a lot of people that while the statute says one thing, enforcement is not that straightforward because it's difficult to do that enforcement.
And then a question for Mr. Capra. Joe, in the report that you provided to the commission a couple years ago, where you laid out 3 different options. One was a grinder system, one was a grinder and gravity, and then the third option was a vacuum system. And in the grinder system, in the budget numbers that were put together per household, there was a line item number for individual, what do you call it, generators, small portable generators for each household. What happened to that?
Well, it's kind of difficult to, first of all, we did put that in there, was hoping that maybe we could do that, but the unfortunate part about it, some people had generators, some didn't have generators. So we've basically been trying to make sure it's equitable to everybody paying the same amount of money. So essentially, we talked about that. It's something that could be done, but we didn't put that in there. To be honest with you, some of the numbers we have in cost may allow us to do something like that in the end, but at this point, basically, there was one of the others that took out that. And quite frankly, currently, the county basically backs up the system and providing that electrical service if it does go out. So I assume if there's a problem with that, then we'll consider about adding the generators.
Well, just curious, because that was the sales pitch to everybody. Thank you.
Commissioner Mayfield.
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you for this presentation. You did a good job, a lot of good information, and I think that all the residents that are able to hook up will appreciate it. So good work. I'm excited that it's ready to go. Thank you.
Likewise. Just one last question. I thought I heard what you said is that these letters went out recently, or they're going out soon? They went out today?
Yeah, today. Yep.
So does that imply that we'll start hooking up imminently?
Yes, in fact, there have been a handful of residents, we've got a list from the town of people that are struggling, that their septics don't do, especially when we get a little bit of rain, the ground is saturated and their septic systems don't percolate as well as they should. We have those names, and you don't have to wait to get the letter. So if someone's struggling to make it work, we will get you first. And conversely, we have 20 people call the first week, and of that, there's 6 people that are septics are failing, and they're unable to fully utilize their wastewater system. We would prioritize those over the folks that want to do it because it's the right thing, or because they want to do something different with their yard. And I've yet to come across anyone who would be happily wait a week or 2 for their install because we prioritize somebody who can't flush their toilets.
So does that also imply that the infrastructure is already in place and we're done with this phase of the infrastructure layout so that people can hook up?
Absolutely 100%. The system's cleared by DEP. Everything is constructed and there are drawings and...
So that's for 307, right? That's what I thought I saw at the beginning.
No, 169.
169, okay, thank you.
And so the system with the bills that we just received from the town is the property of Martin County Utilities. Martin County Utilities can now maintain assets that they own.
So the purple diagram that we saw at the beginning,
Right.
that's 169 or?
Yes,
307?
169.
Oh, okay. Okay, thanks, great.
May I?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
No, that's okay. Leo, just, I hadn't heard the section about new residents that move into town after the 365. Is that something that you would honor in North Sewell's Point Road for people that haven't connected if there's a new resident that moved in up there as well?
Yes, we've done 17 basins throughout the county, and we honor that everywhere. It doesn't matter, it could be 10 years after it's available for service, we will honor whatever the current discounted rate is.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you for coming tonight. I really appreciate it. It's great to hear it straight from Martin County's utilities, and thank you for pushing us along so we could get that service going.
Thank you, and I apologize for being late. I assumed that would be like the last item at the very end.
Came at the right time.
I'm trying to park and not hit one of the police cars.
That's a good thing.
Optimize your time.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Anything else?
Anything else? You were great.
Great, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you so much, appreciate it. All right. You have to put in a comment card and
do it quick because we're coming up on public comment, so. And if you have a question about septic sewer, I'd run out and ask the gentleman very quickly while he's here. All right, shall we move along? We're to the point of the agenda where there's public comment. I see a few comments. This is public comment for items not on the agenda. So I have a few cards. I don't know which ones are not on the agenda, but Ms. Clerk, can you guide us?
Ms. Totterman wanted to speak.
Crystal Toddeman on traffic safety on North Sewell's Point. Thank you. Just say your name and your address, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Crystal Todderman. I live at 107 North Sewell Point Road. I was here with my spouse in May, and we spoke briefly about our concern for the safety of North Sewell's Point Road and the amount of traffic that's on that road, and how it is not safe for residents to walk, jog, children to ride bikes, or walk dogs pretty much at any time of the day because of the increased traffic. So I've been working or trying to work with Robert Daniels to set up a meeting with Martin County to start discussing what does it need to look like, or what do we need to do and understand in order to determine if we can lower the speed limit on North Sewell's Point Road, which is about 1.5 miles long and pretty much the only stretch of that road that's 35 miles an hour. Every other part of that road, all the way up to Fort Pierce, is 25 miles an hour. So just want to understand with the county what it would take to improve the safety by reducing the speed of the vehicles that travel on that road, and also improve really the beauty and the aesthetic of the town. It being a thoroughfare for construction trucks and people commuting to work from Port St. Lucie isn't really an aesthetic that I think the town wants. On another note, I'm a business owner here in Sewell's Point, as well as being a resident, and my neighbors, Stringers, have made a business decision where they feel they can serve our community by adding a wine and spirits store to their facility, which I want to just speak out and say that I think is a fine idea. You know, they're a business, they've done their due diligence, they're here to serve our community, and they're also here to provide a service to us. And I am pretty sure that the majority of the town residents do indulge in wine and spirits occasionally. And I am also pretty sure that they go to restaurants. And I don't think there is really any reason why the town should not approve this, as they are not only a local business that's been here for a really long time, they're a local Sewell's Point family. And they have done nothing but good things and have good intentions. That's all. Yeah.
We have that on the agenda later. I don't know if you gave two comments.
I won't be here, so
Okay.
I'm
All
going
right.
to just say now, thank you all.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments. Appreciate it. All right. Any more comments for items not on the agenda? I think that's all I have. So I think we'll move along to the exciting part of the agenda. We're to the section now, so many of you who are in the audience know that once a year we re-elect our vice mayor and mayor, and this is the session that happens. Typically, I see some nominations, and I would say this year's pretty interesting because the dynamic of the dais has changed a little bit, and we have some important projects that are still underway, as you just heard an announcement for one of them already. I see some buttons, so I'll just go ahead and we'll go into that item of the agenda, and I'll take Commissioner Mayfield.
Yes, I just wanted to let it be known that I was mayor before. I enjoyed that role, and I would like to, be honored to have that position again at some point. Next year, I would, love to be vice mayor with the intention of, if it was possible for me to be mayor the following year. I like the position, I take it seriously, and I would like to contribute. But those would be my intentions. I'd just like to put it out there because we don't talk to each other, so you know what I'm thinking. And then as for mayor, you were vice mayor before, but I'm open to, I need to know not need to know, but it would be good to know what you guys want. That's it.
So I understand that what you're saying is you're interested in the vice mayor role.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, with the idea of eventually moving on to mayor
Okay.
if I'm lucky enough to be elected.
Commissioner Titicus.
I'd like to make a motion that, and nominate Dave Kurzman for mayor and Vinnie Burrell for vice mayor.
I'll second it.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. April, please call the roll.
Commissioner Burrell?
Yes.
Commissioner Kurzman?
Yes.
Commissioner Mayfield?
Yes.
Commissioner Titicus?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fender?
Yes, awesome. Congratulations.
That's yours. Now, I'm the one who always moves.
No, you don't have to move. I'll just sit down by town manager.
Do you want to sit? Really? That's good.
Right, it's exciting.
Whenever you figure where you guys want to sit, we'll make the nameplates work. Now, you still have one other order of business.
Put all the Franks together.
Congrats, Denny.
So this is the,
Oh, hey. I sat by everybody. I sat in every seat except that one.
Well, I got the same one. A privilege and an honor.
Oh, thanks. Wow. I heard it's good for your brain to like shift where you are, you know?
This is the addition.
you're in the catbird seat. Love it.
Why can't I make this?
Thank you. Those are happy.
I'm short.
Are there any additions, deletions, or changes to the agenda?
Gotta remember to use that.
I hit the button, Dave.
Commissioner Titicus?
On the consent agenda, I would like to pull the J.W. Cheatham contract from the consent agenda and bring that up for discussion. And then I would like to add two other items to the agenda that aren't on there. One is One Mandalay. I think the resident of One Mandalay has been here numerous times, and I'd like to know where that all stands and where it is. And then the other thing I would like to add to the agenda, I received
Oh, no.
communication from Mr. Logano, so I'd like to add 19 East High Point to the agenda also.
Mr. Mayor?
Do we have a second?
I actually, my.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's see the buttons a little
Oh,
mixed up
yeah,
here.
it's
Sorry.
got my.
Yes.
I'd just like to pull the financials out of the consent agenda. For just a quick, brief note.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Commissioner Mayfield?
You can ignore my light. Sorry, I made a mistake.
Oh, okay. Town manager?
Yes, I just wanted to check with our legal counsel, because it's my understanding that we shouldn't be adding things to the agenda once it's posted, and if that's still a purview that the commissioners can do, or,
The sunshine law does not prohibit modifying the agenda once it's been posted.
okay. Thank you.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll
Or-
second it.
Okay. Roll call?
Mayor Kurzman?
Yes.
Commissioner Mayfield?
Yes.
Commissioner
loud.
Titicus?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burrell?
Yes.
Commissioner Fender?
Yes.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Titicus. And it was seconded by,
Mr. Mayor, if I can help you, you're going to need to decide where you want to plug those items in under new business.
we're
old business, depending on,
going to
Or
add
discussion.
one Mandalay under new business.
I recommend I put them at the bottom of the agenda, at the end of the existing business.
Well, I guess it is existing because we've talked about it before, so let's put it at the end of existing.
I'm sorry, sir?
End of existing business for One Mandalay. And adding 19 East High Point Road. We're going to put that also at the end of existing business. And Cheatham,
Just to make it easy, I noticed that item 13 has point A about 7 Heritage. It seems to be property related. I don't know if it fits well in that, since these are 2 property items.
13 would be,
Just to make your life easy.
yeah. We could just do,
A, B, and C.
yeah, let's do 13. A will be Heritage, 13B will make One Mandalay. And C will be the High Point property.
Does that work?
All right, let's go to the consent agenda. Do we have any approval for the consent agenda, or
No.
we wanted to pull the financials? So we did, we pulled the financials on that, so,
I just had a
And-
really quick,
And Cheatham.
and Cheatham.
A and G were the 2 items that got pulled.
I think we already voted on the change, right? We don't need another,
Right.
yeah. So we can just.
Need a vote on the consent, on the rest of the
All right.
consent
Vote on
items.
the remaining consent items and then
Yeah,
proceed.
let's talk about A, the financials.
I
Well-
think she just said we have to vote on the remaining
Oh.
consent.
The remaining.
I make a motion, we accept items B, C, D, E, and F.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay,
Commissioner Mayfield,
Yes.
Mayor Kurzman,
yes.
Vice Mayor Burrell,
Yes.
Commissioner Fender,
Yes.
Commissioner Titicus.
Yes.
All right, we'll go with the financials.
So my point is super fast. I'm just going to ask, I noticed that as I was looking at it, I didn't see the percentage year from one period to the next, but then I noticed it was on half of them. I don't know if it's possible to get the percentages on the balance sheet as well. That may be non-standard. I just thought I'd get your opinion on that.
Yeah, it's, so the percentages.
Right.
It just makes it easy for us to see changes when we see the percentages jump out.
So typically, what the percentages are doing, I guess I will look into it, because you're wanting to compare the beginning balance to what the balance is. So I will look into that, but typically, like when you see it on the income statement, it's comparing basically where we're at compared to what was budgeted. So that's the
That's
the
kind
difference.
of what I was
yeah.
trying to,
Do on the same thing for the balance sheet.
it's
So, yeah.
possible.
Yeah, I will check
If
into
it's not
that.
possible, that's okay, but I do see it's on the P and L, so
Yes.
I'm appreciative of that, and we've talked about it in the past. I just, when I first made first glance, I noticed it wasn't on the balance sheet, and it would be helpful, if it's possible, and it works, to see that as well.
Yep, I will look at that.
That's all I had.
Okay. Commissioner Titicus?
On the Cheatham contract,
Yeah,
the,
but, no,
and I'm going to page 63 of the packet that was laid out here. So the Cheatham contract is for the road resiliency, and this basically is Phase 3 on the road resiliency. And so I have a question. Has the police department been asked to review the road design? Chief, were you consulted?
No, they didn't consult the police department on designing the road.
Don't go away. They have, I had the opportunity to spend an educational session with the chief, and she was kind enough to educate me on traffic and speeding. And we have a speeding issue. Now, some may think it's a perception and some may think it's reality. The chief had done a study on North Sewell Point Road that basically the maximum northbound traffic in the 85th percentile was 38 miles an hour. And I've asked the chief if she could do a traffic study on South Sewell Point Road. And also, we discussed several things for how do you turn around and moderate the speed of the vehicles traveling on these roads. And the chief disabused me of my notions, but did have a suggestion. And would you mind expanding on your suggestion?
I don't know that I would call it a suggestion as much as we discussed the fact that in Ocean Breeze, they're able to calm traffic because of the type of medians that they have. I did also explain that I know the challenges you have here is you don't have the road right-of-way to design that exact same road here. If you were to look at our right-of-way maps on the south end of town, there's only one or two places that even go as far as 50 feet. Most of it's 40 feet. It's been a problem having sat through all these meetings for all these years. You don't have room unless you buy property, and that's expensive. So
But
that's
a
decision for you to make, how much money you want to spend buying land to.
As you said, that's a challenge. Yep. And I mean, so now I have a question for Mr. Capper. The roadway cost on page 73 of the $10.5 million contract is $1,563,000 and of a $10,250,000 contract. And Joe, it's my understanding that you designed what's up at Ocean Breeze. And so my question to you is, what would be the incremental cost on this contract to put in some traffic calming similar to what's up in Ocean Breeze in Phase 3 of South Sewell Point Road, and then as we move into Phase 2 of South Sewell Point Road, of doing something similar and designing that into the arrangements?
Okay, first of all, we do quite a bit of traffic calming, and we did design the one that you're referring to. And if you know,
Could you speak up, because I'm not sure everybody behind.
Can anybody hear me?
Thank you.
The people in the back can't hear you, Joe.
Okay.
You got to speak into the mic.
Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, sorry about that. So we do quite a bit of traffic calming work, and we did the one that you're talking about in Ocean Breeze. And there we had the right-of-way, and what we put in was, I believe there's 3 medians, 2 to 3 medians that we put in place. And those medians entail raising the road, like we did we also did the one on East Ocean on Memorial Park in downtown Stewart here. So we've raised the road, and we put a median, and in that median we put landscaping, okay? I can't tell you the exact numbers for each one of those medians, but we put them in place. I will tell you how we came up with the design that's on the road there now, okay? Because it was discussed in a commission meeting, and what happened is we looked at the right-of-way we had, okay, throughout the section, and probably the most limited area of right-of-way is 30 feet wide, okay? 30 foot wide, and in that 30 feet, we basically put 10-foot lanes, we put in a shoulder so that people could ride their bikes on it, and we put in a valley curb, okay? When you put all that together, you're basically taking up the whole 30 feet. So at that time, and I'm just telling you the history, okay? At that time, in lieu of having, and throughout South Sewell Point, we did a map that showed you the right-of-way widths, okay? And it varies from 30, 45, 40, some places 60, sometimes 50 feet. But what was decided at that time
is we would go with the 30 feet because it was the most limited area, and quite frankly, we did not want to acquire right away, okay? So that's how that section was developed. And so everybody remembers, we also had put in a median at what is the Homewood subdivision, and we had nothing but problems with people running into it and settlements of the pavers, okay? Now, I'm an advocate of pavers, okay, and so forth, but once they start failing, they continue to fail. It's very hard to fix them. So that idea of a median and traffic calming kind of was tainted the position people wanted to take. Believe me, I love traffic calming. We do it all the time. I mean, hundreds of thousands of dollars we've done it for big subdivisions, rural subdivisions, Stewart, Martin County, Ocean Breeze. So I'm not against it. I'm just trying to tell you the issues we ran into here on it, okay? And Tina's correct. It was basically right-of-way driven by what we had, okay? To tell you the exact number, I would have to get back with you because I really hate to quote it, because it's a matter of how much landscaping you want to put in there. And then I will also warn you about landscaping. When you put the landscaping in there, it has to also address a distance from the curb, because you can only have a distance of 1.5 to 4 feet from that tree. Well, the medians that we were putting in out here would not allow us to put in a big tree. We ended up having to put shrubs in there. So everybody's expecting nice trees. Well, we ended up having to, because of the safety issue and the requirements of basically clear zone and so forth, we ended up having to put, we had to put shrubs in place. I'm only telling you all this stuff just to give you history, okay? It's really what you want it to look like, and whether we go with shrubs or we go with a smaller tree. If you look at one of the medians we did in Stewart on, I think it's Palm Beach Road at East Ocean, just down the street here, you'll notice they put in the real narrow, the smaller diameter palm trees. They did that for a reason, because of the type of tree that they wanted, and at the same time kept it within a narrow median. So the wider you make the median, the more right-of-way you're going to need. Okay. Are there places in Phase 2 that we could do that? Yes. The problem is Phase 3. Phase 2 too, there's places. The problem you also have is we have a canopy area. It was a kind of a chore to lay this out, to make sure, first of all, we kept the canopy that you had, and to make sure that when we put in all these stormwater systems, water systems, sewer systems, roadway systems, that we were able to save the canopy. Now, don't get me wrong, there are a few trees that are going to be taken out, and there's going to be those that are replaced, okay? That's what's part of the design that we put in place. So the point I'm trying to make, the canopy is one area that it'd be very difficult to put medians in. There are other options, okay? You can just put a raised road without a median, okay? You could do a speed table, okay? You can do that. And they would basically stay within the road width that we are using now. So there are various options. I'm not trying to tell you can't do traffic calming, but we did talk about it, to be honest with you, because I would have loved at that time when we were starting to plan this, to plan on traffic calming. I've done numerous roundabouts, many of the roundabouts around town I've done and so forth, and like them and so forth, but the fact of the matter is you need right-of-way for them. So it's a balance, and so if you direct me to do that, I would tell you of $10 million, I can't imagine if you did 1 or 2 traffic calming devices, you're certainly not going to be exceeding 10% of the cost of the project. So, but you also have to realize, and I'm only bringing up all these things because to get this job to work, and we've been working on it for probably close to 5 years. Phase 3 alone, between canopies, tree heights and so forth, and we have a Indian mound, and when you put all this together, it costs money. And of course, the majority of this project is being financed by grants, and we were not successful at first in getting the grants. Of Currently, we have the grants, okay? But it's taken a while to get the grants. I'm not going to say that, the intent of the grants was stormwater, resiliency. Are they going to say we can't do traffic calming? I don't know if they'd ever say that. They wouldn't care, probably. But anyways, I'm just trying to tell you the history of it. So I'm hoping I'm answering your question.
Yeah. May I?
Yes, go ahead.
Couple things from what I heard, that there are some locations to where we have 50 and 60-foot right-of-ways to where we could do something on traffic calming. And then there's definitely room also in Phase 2, which, is in the design process at this stage of the game. And when we look at this grant, and you stop and you think that there's $1.5 million out of $10.25 million is designated for the road, and the grant's coming in, or the bid came in at 10,250. The grant amount, I believe, was 10.5, so there's like a $250,000 play in there. Joe, could you do this? Could you put in 2 traffic calming locations for $250,000? Forget the landscaping. I mean, we've got we have another bucket out there of money in terms of a tree fund that perhaps, and I'm not suggesting we put trees in there, I'm fine with shrubs. But what I'm looking to do is address the issue that a lot of our residents feel that they're speeding on these roads, and the chief's going to do a report, and at some point in time, I'd like to see that we have a workshop on this, and we roll all this out to the citizens. But we've got a contract in front of us now, and I mean, to me, it seems a shame to let this opportunity pass.
Commissioner Burrell. Oh, I'm
Sorry.
sorry.
This microphone is a lot louder than the other ones. I appreciate what you're saying, Commissioner Titikus, about the speeding, because that is an issue I've heard a lot also. But this, Phase 3 is scheduled to start in January. I believe everything is done. It's all in place. It's been bid, and we came in under, or with some tweaking, you got it under, which I think is a great savings. But from experience, I think that money needs to be put aside to save for if you have to stop construction, if something goes wrong, because projects go wrong often. And so I think it's better to have that safety net than to try to commit to something that, I could be incorrect, but I imagine it would cost money to go back and change that at this point. Is that true or false?
Well, there'll be some design effort to do this. I'm not saying that we can't do it. I mean, we put together your drainage on River Road in less than 2 weeks, so we can do these things. But Commissioner's right. I don't mean to, this is not trying to be critical on some things, but there's a lot of things happening in these stormwater retrofits that we're doing now. And you know it all because I know you've read the plans, but raising roads, putting in underground storage, making sure that the outfalls are adequately sized. Make sure we have control structures at work, the pump systems that we have as backup generated. And I'm just pointing out, with all those items in there, things can go wrong. They can go wrong.
Okay.
I don't have a problem putting together a quick design and say, is this what you'd like? And Cheatham, I'm sure, can build it. That's not a problem. So we can do these things. I'm not trying to tell you not to. I'm just saying I need to do that. I don't necessarily need to do it, I think, before they start construction, but it would be best, because a couple of things I need to make sure happen is, we have 2 stormwater systems, right? So wherever that traffic calming device is, for example, if we put the medians in, I got to widen it out, okay? In doing that, I would need to move some inlets around, probably, okay? The other thing that, the one way we did this, and really got our prices down, is we put the water and sewer lines in place, okay? Before we going to do the drainage and the roadway improvements. That saved us about $500,000. Now, those lines are at a certain location, okay? If I have to move pipes around and those lines are not deep enough, then I'm going to have to adjust those lines. I'm not saying it's going to happen, because I tried to put those lines farthest out as I can. So I'm just pointing out things that could happen. I would rather take a minute and take some time to look at it and make sure I understand what you want before I say it's $250,000. It seems to me we could do it within $250,000, to answer your question. And we'll make every effort to make that happen, but I just wanted you to know, there are a few things that happen, and it's kind of like the generator you brought up earlier. I bring things up that could be done, and then if they don't happen, everybody all of a sudden says, well, you told us this. I said, yeah, I did tell you that, but also I'm trying to keep the prices down on these things so that, because we are spending a lot of money, as you know. So, but anyways, I'm just pointing this out. I don't want that to happen in relative to this traffic calming, is all I'm trying to say.
I'll wrap up what I was going to say. So I appreciate that, and for the record, I am content with where it is, and I think we should just stay as planned with Phase 3. I also just wanted to clarify, Commissioner Titicus, you had said when you were speaking about the chief doing a traffic study, I would think maybe in the future, just, I don't know where our purview ends as a commissioner, but maybe that's something we talk about as a commission before. I don't know if she's doing it or not, but okay. Because speeding has been a subject of, a lot of residents have been talking about it, so I didn't know she was doing that. Anyways, I would appreciate it if we would discuss as a team if she's going to do those things, because maybe I want to add on or, just.
Well, the chief did the traffic study on North Sewell Point Road, and
Yes.
I don't remember there being a discussion at the commission. And when she rolled out that data, and that was done in October of this year, when she showed me the data, I said, is it possible for you to do one for South Sewell Point Road? And she said, yes. And so, now Martin County does the study, so the chief had to ask Martin County. But I take your point. You're absolutely right. But you also have to understand that I haven't been a participant in a lot of these conversations to date. Thank you.
Town manager?
Yeah, just a reminder, direction to the staff should be coming from me. So if you all would like to do something like that, if you contact me, I'll be more than happy to meet with staff and get what you need.
Commissioner Fender?
Just real quick, there's been a talk about studies, and I'm just curious, is there a cost associated with the studies that we're referring to?
The traffic studies, like in North Sewell Point Road, most of those are done periodically from the county's point of view, and you can even go onto a website and pull the data off when they do their traffic studies. The ones on South Sewell Point Road, the chief will be doing those with her personnel.
No.
No?
Yes, please.
Sure, go right ahead.
Boy, we're not even on the
This was your idea, so.
No, actually, it's a part of my job to do these kinds of things. I didn't receive direction, quite frankly, from anyone.
Oh.
I requested the one on North Sewell Point Road because people were complaining, saying everyone's speeding. So I requested a speed study to find out, are people speeding? And if they are, when are they speeding? So if we need to do enforcement, we do it when people are actually speeding. We have very limited staff. To have one person sit there when statistically it shows us there aren't any speeding vehicles doesn't make sense. And in conjunction with that, I also requested one on South Sewell Point Road, which got delayed because of the hurricane. And it is in progress right now.
Is there a cost to us for that?
No,
Okay.
no, just pick up the phone and ask for a favor. So it's very different than just traffic counts. It can break down into dates and times and 85th percentile speeds and that kind of stuff. And that's where we do these occasionally in response to complaints. And, normally I hate to say it, but it does show that there's generally not an actual problem, a real speeding problem. You will have those aberrant vehicles that, somebody speeding down the road at 3 o'clock in the morning, but it is a routine part of our job that we do that. Okay.
Chief, do you mind if I ask you, what was the maximum southbound miles per hour?
I don't have the report in front of me right now.
112 miles an hour on
Quite
North
possible.
Sewell Point Road.
You will always have those.
Wasn't me.
Wasn't
No, it was Commissioner Mayfield.
No, but you will always have a couple of those outliers that are out there. I've written speeding tickets for 116 miles an hour. Those things happen. Okay, it's just, you have to be the lucky person that had me sitting there when they're coming by. So.
All right.
Well,
And Joe, I have a question.
Oh,
What are the hours going to be for the construction project? When are they starting? When are they ending? And how many days a week?
So that's up to you all, of course, but let me just say, we did put in, because in Phase 1, you allowed them to set up between 7 and 8 and just after 5, so they could set up and take down, so they could be working the full hours from 8 to 5, okay? So we did point that out to, Cheatham did the first Phase 2, okay? And so it's pretty much, we were planning on mirroring that. So I assume they'll be doing those same hours, and you should probably expect to be Monday through Saturday. I'm not going to say they'll work every Saturday, but we'd really like to get them to get this done. And as you can imagine, the road will be closed at times, and we will probably have to close it block by block because people still have to get to their driveways, okay? So it's, so there'll be detours. But to answer your question, during the, Monday through Saturday, they'll be working, I'm not saying every Saturday, but they'll be working most every day they can to, the process will be, once we get set up, there'll be some boards that'll tell people timing of different detours and things like that. The first thing you're going to see, they'll be putting what they call that staked fence out there, basically the silt fence that keeps the silt from going off the road when they're digging into people's private properties. That's the first kind of thing that happens, and they'll clear things. They'll cut the branches because some of the branches have to be raised because we're raising the road, so they'll be cutting those branches. Those are in the bid already. There'll be some trees that have to be transplanted. We're not going to be taking out these palm trees that are beautiful palm trees and just throwing them away. We're going to transplant them into the stormwater treatment areas, retention areas, so forth. Then after that, they'll be putting in the underground stormwater system. There are 2 systems parallel to the road, so that's going to tear the road up pretty good, which means people are going to have, that's when we're going to have to do the detour. And then after that, then we basically build the road up. We're building it up with black base, which is, you can drive over it. It's not like a coquina rock. You'll basically be building it up with black base. That's better because you don't get as much settlement after the fact, and so that's one of the benefits of that. But at the same time, they build the road up, and as they build it up, then people can still drive on it to get into their properties, and there'll be curbing added. And then after that, we'll be basically regrading shallow swales on the sides because the road's higher now. The private properties are a little shallower, and in those areas we have stormwater pipes and so forth. Those will be put in with the normal pipe system, but basically there'll be inlets and so forth. And usually that's when we take the time with each property owner to grade the properties nicely. So that's the sequence. Trees will go in at that phase, and then obviously they'll stripe the project. So,
If we can extend it an extra hour, would that speed the project up for the completion date?
well, it certainly depends on the time of the year, of course, because I normally don't like to
It's
get
a
into.
one-year project, so, there's going to be times where you have daylight till 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah, and that's fine. And like I said, if you don't have a problem with it, that's fine. And a couple things that you brought up, I just want you to know, last time when we did this, we did lower the speed limit signs for the process. I'm not going to tell you that the commissioners didn't get complaints about that, because I didn't field those questions, but we did lower the speed limit just because of the construction period. So those things have happened, but that's also something that you can do too.
Hey, Dave,
Here we go. Commissioner Tadikis?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the Cheatham contract contingent upon traffic calming being included into it and keep it under the $10.5 million grant amount.
I still have 2 more comments from the commissioners. Commissioner Fender?
Yeah, so I thought one of your questions was when that was going to begin. Did I miss that? Do we have an idea of when you might start or when Cheetah might start?
January.
January 6th, I think it is.
It's in the packet, Frank.
I think it's January 6th is when we hope to start it.
Commissioner Mayfield?
It's okay, I was going to make a motion to approve it without that.
All right. Commissioner Burrell?
Do we want a design for this island project? for this speed calming project? We're just gonna throw it out and say, okay, do it? Or do we want to design and make sure that we want them to do it?
Who are you addressing that to? Is it to me, or?
Anybody who wants to answer it, I don't care.
Well, since I made the motion, let me answer it, okay? I had a discussion with Mr. Daniels about the cheating contract, and from what I understand, we've got to begin the construction within 90 days from the time that the grant was awarded, and 60 days has already gone by. So, I mean, initially, my thought was to bring this up and to request that we table this until Joe could come back with a design and a price. But from what I heard from Mr. Capper tonight, he's got the design in mind. He thinks he can do it for under the $250,000. And so, and because we're up against a time crunch, that would cause us to go back to the granting agency, according to Bob. I think yeah, you're right. I want to move forward with it. And I'm assuming the design's going to come out similar to what we've got up at Ocean Breeze.
And I think council has a comment.
Joe, is that what you have in mind? I want to be a little bit more specific on this traffic calming thing.
May I make my comment, because I affect what Joe said, and Joe may be able to respond to this. This was a competitively bid contract according to a scope of services, and the other bidders, if there were any, bid on the basis of that scope of services. So I think we would have to, before we can modify this contract, we would have to look at whether that was actually within what was bid on, or is a potential change order under the contract as bid, because you can't just completely modify what the bidders were proposing on after the award has been made. There may be a way to do it. I'm not saying there isn't, but we would have to look at that to be sure.
Commissioner Fender.
So,
No, wait.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I jumped.
All those are good comments and are valid. First of all, we only had one bidder, so that makes it a little easier. We have change ordered other contracts, so I'm not so much worried about what the kind of scope, the items that are in this, the idea that you're talking about, similar to Ocean Breeze. We have those items in the bid. They're unit price bid, so those are in there. So we're not really negotiating a lot of items that, for example, would be brand new. I mean, maybe some of the landscaping would be a little different, but we got a lot of landscaping in this project bid already, so I'm sure we can find something that'll work that you'll like.
That's why I wanted to say it before you spoke.
Yeah, thank you.
My question is, are we going to wind up ripping it up like we did the last two? That's my question. Yeah, it sounds great. Probably will slow up traffic for a while, and until somebody hits a tree or a palm tree and...
That I can't answer, but first of all, maybe we won't put pavers in. Maybe we'll just do asphalt. That would make the settlement issue go away. As far as trees, you talk to the folks at the county, they're constantly replacing the trees on Ocean Breeze. They kind of laugh at me every time I go up there. You know how many times they've replaced those trees on those medians? They just, those people in Jensen Beach come out of downtown, I don't know what they're doing. But I'm just kidding, but that's, that they have problems with that. So I can't answer that, but Tina's pretty good at enforcing people's traffic around here.
Commissioner Fender.
sure, thanks. So I'm super sensitive to the traffic issues, and certainly I fielded lots of those questions during the campaign. What I was here, I've been here for 21 years, you were probably here too, when we had the last calming device right there, probably somewhere near your house. And I was intrigued when it came up, and we ran around it, and I was doubly intrigued when people ran over the top of it and took the curbs out, so it was, and I wasn't involved in town leadership at the time, but all of a sudden that median got removed. So I don't know what it costs to put it in, and I don't know what it costs us to take out, but I'm sure it wasn't free. But I am most concerned about timelines. So to me, time is money, and if we send him back, and now I'm sensitive to the legal aspect of changing the contracted scope of work. So I'm more interested in not giving an inch to allow them to delay the project any longer, and that's my focus right now, is to get the project done and get it done in 2025 with whatever detours and pain that we will endure to get the project done to fix the flooding issue. So I'm seconding Commissioner Mayfield's.
I didn't officially
You
make
didn't
a
make a
motion.
motion.
I heard a motion.
Commissioner
so-
Mayfield, you also had your...
I was just going to, yes, originally I'd wanted to make a motion, but Commissioner Titicus had, but I know that if there's no second, in theory, it dies. So I don't know if I can make another motion now at this point. I appreciate, again, the efforts to calm traffic, and Phase 2 is ways off, but Phase 3 is a month away, and I agree, it just seems like we're asking for trouble based on, experience. So I would make a motion to approve the contract with the modified amount of $10,250,504.53.
Assuming there's no second to the first.
I am just, I'm following Robert's rules, I don't know.
We had a motion, I don't know if the
We have a
original
motion
motion was
and-
ever seconded. We
Yep.
then went back to discussion.
Yeah,
So,
we
Did you
still
call
have
for a
one more.
second?
Well, Commissioner Tiskus has a,
I'm just asking if there's a second. If there's no second, it dies for lack of a second.
I'm not sure you ever called for a second, on the original motion.
no, because we never got to that. So, and
we
I
may
thought
have to
somebody
go-
gave a second, but let me,
No.
no.
And if I may, while I'm talking, if we could make the approval subject to final legal review, because I think there's a few clauses as a result of changes in the state law that we're going to need to just do an addendum to the contract. It won't change any of the financial terms of it. It's just legal terms that the state now requires us to put in since a couple of months ago.
And I'd just like to make one other comment before we go on. I notice when you have these type of things, I see it in downtown Stewart, where you have the one circle by MLK Boulevard. What's happening, the trucks are constantly running it over. It's mainly trucks that you'll see, and right now we have pickups that will go over it, but even more so, like the dump trucks, the construction vehicles, they're terrible with this, and they just run over the curbs. We have brand-new curbs put in, and they cut the curb, and they break the curbs. We spent all this money, and I guess that's what the impact fees are supposed to be for, to replace them or fix them. And that's going to be the major part. We could put them in, but I guarantee within a few months, these trucks are going to destroy whatever we put in, because they don't like going around things. They like going over things, and I see it all the time, but, and, okay.
Call for a second.
Second, do we, actually,
Well,
So we're going back
It
to
should-
Commissioner Chidikis's motion and calling for a second on.
we have a
I'm,
first.
I'm waiting for the next round.
And then
Finish
we'll
that up,
see-
I'm waiting for the next round.
We'll see what happens with that, if we get the second, take a vote, and then take it from there.
Do we have a second for Commissioner Discus?
Maybe you should restate the motion.
I move that we approve the Cheatham contract, subject to adding 2 traffic calming areas, as Mr. Capra has reflected, pulled that out of the motion, but 2 traffic calming areas within the $10.5 million grant amount.
Being there's no second, the motion dies. I got Commissioner Bender and Commissioner Mayfield.
Mayfield's first.
Yes, I'd make a motion to approve the contract, JW Cheatham contract for $10,250,504.53, subject to legal approval for final details that aren't substantive.
And I'll second the motion, but also knowing that I think Mr. Capra's heard our concern about traffic flow and calming, and he's always a miracle worker. So things that don't slow down the project, don't raise costs, and do calm traffic, we're always open to your wise guidance, Mr. Capra. So second.
All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Mayfield and a second by Commissioner Fender. Roll call?
Mayor Kurzman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burrell? Yes. Commissioner Mayfield?
Yes.
Commissioner Fender?
Yes.
Commissioner Tixis?
No.
Mr. Mayor, point of order.
Yes.
Before we move forward, we do have to accept the financials that were discussed and pulled out of the consent agenda.
I'm so sorry. I will make
Yes.
the motion to accept the financials and put them back in.
Do
or
we have,
just accept.
do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a first from Commissioner Fender and a second from Commissioner Mayfield. Roll call?
Vice Mayor Burrell?
Yes.
Commissioner Fender?
Yes.
Commissioner Tixis?
Yes.
Mayor Kurzman?
Yes.
Commissioner Mayfield?
Yes. Whew, that was a long consent agenda.
Now we go into public hearing ordinance second reading.
There is nothing.
10. There's
Resolutions.
resolution, a request for alternate use, the catch stringers, actually the catch formerly stringers, packaged liquor use, town planner, staff report, resolution 984, alternate use, please.
Good evening. For the record, Bonnie Landry, planning consultant. The item before you is a request to add a packaged liquor use to the established restaurant currently known as Stringers, being rebranded as The Catch. This item was originally presented to you at your October 22nd meeting. At that time, there were several questions that they wanted to answer, so the commission tabled the item. And during that time, the applicant asked to hold an open house at the current location to kind of give the public an idea of what their concept was and answer any questions. This item was reviewed prior to that October meeting. The proposed use was reviewed by myself for consistency with the comprehensive plan and land development regulations. It was also reviewed by your building official and chief of police, who stated they had no concerns. Therefore, we do recommend approval with the following terms. The terms are an appendix to the resolution, and they include that the permit is for 10 years or upon transfer of ownership, whichever comes first. The permit is eligible for renewal when it expires, or if it expires. The permit is limited to the space formerly used for banquets and special events. It's 1,167 square feet. There's also conditions of approval, hours of operation, and this only affects the packaged liquor, not the restaurant. They're separate. So for that packaged liquor, they cannot be open any later than 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and no later than 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday. They are also put on notice that they must abide by the Town of Sewell's Point Code of Ordinances, which has other provisions to allow code enforcement to get involved if it became a nuisance in any way. The applicant, Nick, I just lost your last name. Nick Darling is here, and he's going to briefly go over the presentation that he provided last week to the people who attended, which were, there's probably about 20 people there. So I'll turn it over to Nick. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for your time today. Appreciate you having me back, us back. I want to thank you also for your recommendations at the last meeting. You recommended that we do an open house, and that was a great idea. There were some community members that came in, voiced their opinions, concerns, and we were able to address that, and we believe it went very positive. Out of all the comment cards that we had filled out, I would say they were probably about 90-95% positive. We had a number of people that said at first they weren't for this, but now they're okay with it and excited about it. And I believe that they may have even communicated that to some of the commissioners that were at the event. If you want to scroll through the first slide, I wanted to address the package license. I think that was initially what kind of threw some people's mind for a loop, perhaps. Yes, when you have a package license, that is what enables you to sell liquor on a retail basis off premise. Otherwise, you would not be able to do that. But we are not what I believe a stereotypical package store is not what we're going for. We're looking to go in a different, more classy direction that would be fitting with the community. If you want to flip to the next slide. Our mission would be to be a welcoming upscale addition to the neighborhood and a go-to spot for any events, parties, and more. Again, we want to be a classy spot that fits in with the neighborhood, as I've mentioned. Go ahead to the next slide, please. So we have been thinking about, we've had our corporate chef and our manager from the Dolphin Bar gift shop who have been tasked with putting together the look and some of the items that would be in the shop as well. One of the last slides that we'll go into will be the picture of the presentation that we had at the restaurant that day. Some of the people that are here may recognize that picture, but our corporate chef, he put together a list of different meats, spices, dried fruits, nuts that would fit in well with it. And Amber, if any of you've ever met her at the Dolphin Shop, she's been doing a phenomenal job over there. She's made that store absolutely look beautiful and has done a fine job with having a situation that you have quality and price affordability to find a nice mesh there right in the middle for a lot of the customers that come in, and that would be something that we would want at this store too, to find a nice balance all the way around. If you'd like to go ahead to the next slide, please. So charcuterie goes along with that. We like the idea of being able to be a spot where people can go to get items for their different events that are going on right down the street and offer a nice level of convenience. Thank you. So gift baskets, barware, cigars, cutting boards, those are just some of the items that would fit in well with a store like this, especially this time of the year, being able to put together different gift baskets and gift sets for people as a convenient option, we believe would be well received. And of course, non-alcoholic options. There's a lot of mocktails have been very popular in our restaurants lately as well. There's a lot of good options for non-alcoholic seltzers and whatnot, so we would like to have some of that as an option also. And of course, the look. If you have been into that room, you've seen we have a nice array of plants on the wall. It's a lot of wood, nice lighting, warm lighting, and we would like to incorporate that with wood shelving as well, not your standard metal type of displays that you would see in what would be, I suppose, the stereotypical package store. So yes, again, more convenience is what we're looking to offer, and to offer more convenience and have a staff that's built into the store that can offer knowledgeable suggestions to the people that are coming in as well. When you go into, say, perhaps a Total Wine and whatnot, a lot of times they're well-trained staff, and they make nice suggestions to you depending on the type of event that you're going to, and this would be something along the lines that we would like to incorporate with that. And here is the picture from the other day, some of the display that we had set up as well. Again, a lot of the feedback was great that we had there. It was helpful. I think it helped us, some of the residents that had questions as well, and we really view that as a very positive thing. So again, thank you. If you have any questions at all, by all means, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions?
You got my time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Fender?
Sure. Mr. Darley, thanks for coming back. I
Absolutely. Thank you.
appreciate the depth of thought you put into the presentation. I didn't have the opportunity to attend the meet and greet the other day. I intended to, but I did talk to residents who were there, and it sounded like it was positively met. Certainly in our community, we've had Harbor Bay Gourmet for many years, from before I lived here, and that was always greeted with a very classy sort of approach that you come forward, and I would just want to say thanks for the additional information and the presentation, and also thank you and your family for the deep commitment you've had to our community with the restaurants you also serve, and so I wholeheartedly in favor of this. So
Absolutely. I am the president of the company. Fritz Ayers is the owner. I just want, yeah. Thank you, though. Thank you.
Commissioner Mayfield.
Thank you. Yes, when you came last time, I had said, and I still feel the same way, when I first heard package store, just what you said, I was a little like, what? That was a little concerning, but I think you guys have done a great job of explaining it and your vision, and I actually think it would be a great addition that people would use readily, assuming you stay to what you say it is, and I have no reason to think otherwise, because I'm a fan of Stringer's and your other restaurants, and you guys are good community citizens in general, so I am supportive. I do have a question for the, just to confirm with our lawyer, this whole permit, it sticks with the business, so if they sell it or if they move, it goes with them? Is that how it, how's that permit?
So it's like a special use permit, although that's not what it's called in the
Right.
code, and it can be limited in duration. The idea of limiting, and that's within the commission's discretion of what would be in the interest of the public welfare. The idea of having, I think the idea of having a time limitation would be to have a checkpoint at some
Right.
point where either the time has expired and the original applicant needs to come in for a renewal, or if it changes hands, it would provide an opportunity for the new owner to come in and say,
Okay.
yes, I'm going to present
So-
a similar concept.
So how it's written in the terms on page 84, had to put my glasses for that, is reasonable. I mean, it seems reasonable, 10 years, and that, or upon transfer of ownership, meaning it would,
Those are the
that's-
recommendations,
okay.
I think, as a result of, I think, discussions with the applicant and recommendations by the planner, also in discussions with legal.
Okay.
So I don't know if Bonnie wants to add anything to that or not.
no, I was just looking for the legal, and all the things will stick, the whole, if it's a nuisance, then the town has recourse, if it's a, okay.
Recommendations that the commission can tweak or remove or whatever if it wants to, but whatever decision you make needs to be tied to the public health, safety, and welfare. because
Right.
That's what the language of the
Right.
code requires.
Right, I guess I was just asking you that all is legally sound on Exhibit A, and it sounds like you're saying yes, that's kind of what I'm gathering, okay.
I was curious about that as well, so I can't see a scenario right now where, let's just say it didn't work well, something happened, and we one day down the road had to close the store. I don't see a scenario where we would leave this package license behind. We've had it for close to 40 years. I don't see that happening. So in the scenario that everything is going well, 10 years down the road, we want to renew it, that means that we would have to come here before the commission again and get an approval vote, or would it be an automatic renewal?
I think it would, there's not a lot of detail in the code about how it works procedurally, but I think it would require a similar process, just to come and say, we're seeking to renew this.
Okay.
It would be interesting to have that happen 10 years down the road if we had a successful business, and then all of a sudden, let's just, in the scenario, if this were to pass through tonight, then to have a commission down the road that didn't want it, and then that to be swept out from underneath us. I would have to ask the question, why would this be necessary for us to do that?
The policy idea is what I explained, that if it's of unlimited duration, then it is harder to monitor
Right.
how well it continues to fit into the community, because the community can change also around it.
I feel like 10 years seems reasonable off what is written here, and I'm assuming if it's going well, it's not going to be a problem. I think most people are supportive of our commercial district, as I am. I like to give the businesses freedom to do what they want.
The license is not transferable, but there would be some ambiguity as to whether the approval from the commission stays with the land if it transfers. And so the idea was to make clear that it does not stay with the land unless you come in and reapply for a similar permit.
You're talking about if someone else, if you sold the business or some, yes. And I just want that to be clear, that I want it to, I approve with them as the owners, not if they sold it in a year. I don't know what that person might want to do. That's something that I.
Very much tied to what the proposal is.
Correct.
And how it relates to the public interest.
Correct. And then my only other quick issue is, not issue, but the hours. I went to the presentation also, and you had recommended, or you had talked about it tying to the restaurant hours. And I unfortunately don't remember exactly what was said, but that seems reasonable to just have it be the restaurant hours, and here it has specific hours.
Correct. I think what you have right now, if I'm not mistaken, it says 10 o'clock as it closes, and then 11 o'clock on Fridays and Saturdays. Currently, as it is, we close the restaurant Sunday through Thursday at 9 p.m., and then we close at 10 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays as it is. So in the scenario, say right now, as things sit, if we were to open the store with where we have their hours, we would keep the hours of that store the same exact as the restaurant. We would never want a situation, as I mentioned at the town hall meeting, that we would want to have that store open after the restaurant.
Okay. Okay, well, I might be interested in just having the hours of operation be the hours of operation of the restaurant.
You might also consider, and I'm not pushing you either way, but saying that they shall be coincide with the hours of the restaurant, but in no event later than X or Y.
Okay, I like it.
You know, things change.
Okay, I like that. That was great. Thank you.
Commissioner Discus.
Yeah, I have a couple comments, and before we get to a discussion of the conditions. One was that the wording in the spotlight that was sent out by the town was approval is scheduled for December 10th at 6 p.m. I think that's jumping the gun. You know, the item is brought up for consideration today at today's meeting, not approval. It may very well be approved, but I think it was a little preemptive. And secondly, you know, Commissioner Kurzman at a previous meeting had brought up an issue about pods. Are we going to give the pod vendor an opportunity to come in and talk about their product if, you know, before we do something? The other thing is that in researching this, I was curious as to why the BZA was not involved. And I found that there's a conflict in our code. If you look at section 82302.7c, which was pointed out, it says that other uses that which the town commission decides are of the same general character, et cetera, et cetera. If you look at ordinance 434, signed the 27th of April, 2021, it says, whereas the town code of ordinances currently requires all restaurants and food stores doing business within the town to secure a permit for such use from the town commission, and whereas the town commission wishes to amend this ordinance to provide for the Board of Zoning Adjustment to review applications for conditional use. So we have a conflict there.
Yeah, and I did see that. They already, so restaurant is already an allowable use. They already have that. So the only thing that we're changing is this use that's not in the code. But they do not have to get permission to be a restaurant. They're an established restaurant.
I understand that, but why wouldn't it go before the Board of Zoning Adjustment, which basically, you know, opines on changes to zoning uses?
Because the code says it comes to the commission. I mean, not to say you can't change the code, but the way the code is written today, they go before you for an alternative use. We had a similar application for the spa, and it went directly to the commission. So that is how we've been practicing it. But if you wanted to, you know, change that process, you'd have to change the code.
Normally, Bonnie, tell me if I'm correct, a conditional use would be something listed in the code, like in the zoning classification. These are the uses that are permitted as of right. These may be permitted as a conditional use.
Right.
This is a third thing that's not listed anywhere.
It's not
as
anywhere.
a permitted use or a conditional use. It's a special use.
Yeah, like a conditional use, I believe convenience stores, or maybe convenience is not. Restaurants and certain stores have to go through the conditional use process. But this is called an alternative use, which is, as your code is written, use is not contemplated by the code that would be in the general character of the town. The other thing I wanted to mention is, we're talking about having this for a time certain and having them come back for a request to continue that use. I do want you to understand that as part of this permit, they have to abide by the town code. So if the use became a problem or a quote-unquote nuisance, code enforcement could visit them and talk to them about whatever issue the town's concern is about that. So just that gives you a stopgap without the timetable. So I wanted you to understand they still have to follow the town's rules. They can't create a nuisance because that's against the code.
Well, come back to it. I think we do have a conflict in the code between those two. Then the other issue I had is that, curious in terms of why Mrs. Landry is involved, because neither the chief, Mr. Rising, or Ms. Landry live in our community, whereas members of the BZA do. And if there was a town planning committee, which is called for in our charter, then their opinions, I think, would carry more weight than Mrs. Landry's. Other than that, I attended the presentation, and I thought you did an excellent job.
Thank you, sir.
I took notes, and so I would suggest that we approve this. I'd make a motion that we approve this, subject to the following conditions. Number one, your lease is for 7 years, and so that's the remaining term on the lease, so I would reduce the years from 10 to 7. The hours would be consistent with the hours of your restaurant, and rather than them being specified, because at some point in time you may decide to change the hours of your restaurant, I would just say that the store has to be consistent with the hours of your restaurant. There would be a revocation upon change of control. So if you were to sell the business, the package or the alternate use goes away. And this is limited to the legal entity known as Conky Joe's Restaurants, Inc., DBA Stringers and Oyster, or Stringers Tavern and Oyster Bar, or The Catch, so that, we know exactly who it is. And then also that there are no drive-through windows, so that just in case at some point in time that becomes attractive. And then I understand and I can appreciate, the fact that you're in a business and you want some consistency. And so I would suggest that there be an evergreen provision so that it automatically renews if 7 years down the road, so that you don't have to come back and pitch your case to this august body. I won't be here 7 years from now, but that's a whole other story. So there's a motion on the floor there.
All right, I'm just going to make a comment.
So, once the motion is made.
You need a second, Dave.
Do we have a second? Wait, before we even go to the second, I just have one thing. There's one thing that I would like in there.
Mayor, can you speak into the mic, please?
Yes, I'm sorry. I wanted to make sure that there's no pints, half pints, or little nips being sold in there either. That promotes a different type of clientele sometimes, and I would like that to be written into this as well.
So you could ask Commissioner if he would.
Well, I was going to second it, and then we can discuss it, right? And then,
Well, yeah, I guess then you.
and then you can amend it.
Or he could agree to modify it now, if that's what.
I want to hear the second first.
Okay, yes, I would second that, but I wanted to discuss it. That's what I was going to say. So if,
With all provisions?
Well, that's the second, but I haven't voted yet. I was learning from the city of Stewart. I've been watching some of their meetings. They're getting very particular with their Roberts rules. No, I'll second it because I like the idea and I certainly approve. I would, there was a lot going on there, so I was trying to absorb it all and make sure I agree. Some of it I think is already taken care of in what was written, meaning the transfer of ownership. You were talking about staying with the owner and they have their business name, so as soon as they changed it, and so I don't know if we need to add that or not. I would like to, and to the mayor's point, I agree, but I think it might get too nitpicky to go into which alcohol. I think that would get crazy to try to keep up, but on that same thought, I could get on board with no vapes, no cigarettes, no lottery ticket type thing. That, I don't know if that even is a thing, but that was something that you guys brought up too.
It was.
So that you
That's
could,
something we don't have.
and
we
they're
don't have
different than, but once you start to nitpick the alcohol, I think we need to leave that to the business owner to decide. Otherwise, someone will always find, if they won't, there's a lot of brands of alcohol and a lot of kinds, so I think we should just steer clear of that. But I think I like most of what you said, but if you could spell it out for me again, but
Okay. I'd be happy to spell it out. Okay. When I went
you
to the.
said 7 years.
Right. When I went to the presentation, I asked specifically, how much time was left on the lease, and I was told there were 7 years left on the lease. On page 84, it says permits for a period of 10 years, or upon transfer of ownership. I would like a specific paragraph saying that it would be revoked on a change of control, or a sentence in the conditions. And then I had put in specific hours, but I think the hours ought to mirror the time that the restaurant is open, so that he has the freedom to change the hours if he decides he wants to open at 10 o'clock in the morning or 9 o'clock in the morning and serve breakfast or something like that. He can do that. And then,
What about what Susan said, where you said no later than 10 on Sunday through Thursday, no later than 11 on the weekend?
I'm just saying,
But you could do it together.
mirror the hours. If you look at what's on page 84, what's presented here by Mrs. Landry is wrong, because it says the package store will close no later than 10 p.m. on Sunday through Thursday, no later than 11 p.m. on Friday through Saturday, and those were not the hours that were presented at the meeting that you attended. The meeting was Monday through Thursday, 11:30 a.m. to 9 p.m., Friday to Saturday, 11:30 to 10 p.m. So I'm just suggesting, rather than tie it to the hours or specific hours, just say that the store and the restaurant have to be open, or, can't be open any later than what the time that the restaurant is open.
Okay.
And then it said in here that permit is limited to the established restaurant currently known as Stringer's Tavern Oyster Bar. However, when I went back to the permit issued by, it says Nicholas Darley, president of Conky Joe's Restaurant. So, and when I specifically asked you at that meeting in terms of what was the legal structure that you were operating under, you told me that, or you answered everybody.
Banker
that-
LLC.
Right.
Yep.
And so all I'm saying is that that be reflected as who the permit is being issued to, and that it be a DBA to, Stringer's Tavern and Oyster Bar, or the Catch, And then,
Stacy, your office manager, is the one who handles all the licensing and whatnot.
Yeah, we got a fictitious name. It would be a fictitious name under Anchor 3 LLC.
whatever the legal entity is, that's who the permit should be issued to.
Correct. Anchor 3 LLC is the owner, and a fictitious name would be the Catch Wine and Spirits. Stringer's Tavern and Oyster Bar right now is a fictitious name as well. Anchor 3 LLC is the one that owns everything.
Okay, thank you, Stacy, I appreciate it.
Thanks.
And then the last one was that no drive-through windows. So at some point in time, if you decided that you wanted to catch the early morning breakfast crowd with a Bloody Mary, can't do it.
Fine by us.
Okay.
I'll be there in the morning.
Yeah, right.
All right.
Would you be willing to modify to add on the no vapes, cigarettes, lottery tickets?
For you, yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. And then the paragraph about control, I would leave that to the lawyer because you had under the transfer of ownership, you said something about control, and I don't fully comprehend that. I don't want to take up any more time, so you could take that up with the lawyer, but
Well, the other thing was that I put in there was an evergreen provision, so that basically it would automatically renew after the 7-year period of time on an annual basis. You know, and you can put something in, Susan, the fact that it can be revoked on 6 months' notice if, say, for example, you know, he started selling nips, Dave, then, you know, it's like, we're not doing that, unless you do delivery to the park. That was a joke. Thank you.
You want 6 months notice on that?
he,
You got to give it enough time. I mean, the gentleman's running an ongoing business. You can't drop the hammer on him overnight.
I mean, I will say that this is being characterized as a permit, so it's being issued in the name of the legal entity that is the permittee. The reference down below in the terms to the restaurant is just specifying the premises. And again, that's something that you all can accept or modify or reject, but the concept was to make sure that it doesn't expand into a much larger portion
No,
of
it's
the
good.
premises. So that's the reason for the reference to stringers down below in the petition.
But when you look at the signature page, Susan, it's not correct. If it's Anchor 3 LLC, that should be Anchor 3 LLC.
All right. Commissioner Mayfield?
did you?
Yeah, I did.
you-
You got a motion, you got a second, and you also have an amendment that I agreed to.
Okay.
Call the question.
Discussion.
If Commissioner-
You need discussion.
Yeah, Commissioner Burrell?
Okay, I'd like to leave the hours the way it's written in there, because if they decide to leave the restaurant open till 2 in the morning, it means the liquor store can stay open till 2 in the morning. That concerns me.
So that was what I said, we could stick with the hours of the restaurant so they could open earlier, but no later than 10 PM Sunday through Thursday or 11 PM on Friday and Saturday.
Okay, I like that much better, otherwise, it's free reign.
Would you be?
So, I like some of the concepts you included there, but I'm decidedly pro-business, and I'm certainly in favor of your success. I guess I would first ask before I vote, are any of the provisions you've heard discussed here today concerning to you? I mean, are you,
No,
obviously, we want to keep you in line with
the way it was
the
just
class.
described, that sounds very reasonable, everything. And no, we wouldn't want to, I don't see a scenario where we're ever open late or would want this liquor store open that late. However you want to word that is fine by me. We have a tough enough time right now getting any business in the door after 11 o'clock on any of the weeks. That's why we've rolled back our hours.
That's true.
So,
You
it's
never
not,
know.
yeah.
Never know. How about the revocation on change of control?
Again, with this license, I don't see a scenario where we would leave this license behind. I don't see it. But
Well,
I
isn't that
suppose,
counter to that concept then? Say your statement one more time. There is no case.
so with the license, I don't see a scenario where we would leave the license behind if there was a change in ownership.
So you would take the license away from the new owner you sold to?
I suppose so, yeah. I mean,
I'm just
to
asking
be honest
about-
with you, yes,
All right.
that would be,
Okay.
that would be a question I wouldn't mind, like, asking the owner, but I can say that, yes, we
Okay.
would want to take that.
So I haven't heard any red flags from any of the
Yeah.
issues. Okay, that's really what I'm listening for, because I want to make sure you're comfortable with our decision too, because I think you're a valuable community partner.
Thank
And
you.
we want to be supportive of you as well, even though it doesn't sound like that in discussion. To a couple of the points, if you found some issues in the code, awesome. I don't know, we have about him with it, but we should bring it back up after the fact and correct those
I agree.
corrections. And then also, as far as the BZA concerns, fine. I mean, I think lots of things get through the town in various paths of least resistance. He's here now because of the approach which he arrived at. But in the future, with guidance and clarification of the code, and you can talk to the town manager, then maybe things do come before the BZA. But, right now, I don't know that we have to make our sausage in front of the current issue at hand, but I'm listening for red flags, and I'm in favor of the things I've heard so far.
Town manager?
I just want to have a clarification, because I know we started with your motion, Commissioner, and then your second, and modifying it. I just didn't hear for the record that you're okay with changing the hours as Commissioner Mayfield had mentioned. So, again, it's your motion. I'm not trying to interfere with that, but if that's your option to accept that, I just want it on the record.
I believe I did go on the record accepting the commissioner's amendment to my motion.
On the hours.
Right, and let me just address the change of control issue, Frank, so that, you understand where I'm coming from. We know this gentleman, he's a member of the community. Everybody here has said that we want to see his business succeed. We don't know who he would sell to. And so as a result of that, that's the reason why I'm suggesting that this conditional use or alternate use be withdrawn upon a change of control. If he sells the business to somebody else, they may not be as upright and upstanding as he is.
If he's fine with that, I'm fine with
All right. That's it, Frank?
That's it for me.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Discus. We have a second from Commissioner Mayfield. Can we have a roll call?
Public comment?
Well, that's right.
Yes.
Right, that's right. Diane Kimes?
Should I have a seat?
Yes.
Yep. Thank you.
Diane Kimes, 2 Riverview Drive. I am happy that the commission has looked favorably on this. I think it's a great opportunity for lots of reasons. So thank you. I'll use the time to say something about the remediation for traffic calming. And, that's one of the things that the commission can look at is considering lowering the speed limit on Sewell's Point Road, which would be effective immediately. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Okay, we have, this is for Mandalay, this is over here for, they have nothing to do with this. All right, so we have a first and a second. Roll call.
Commissioner Fender?
Yes, please.
Vice Mayor Burrell?
Originally, I said no on this, and I'm still very skeptical, because I'm that kind of person. And so, yeah, I'm going to vote yes. I'm going to wish you luck. And I hope I'm wrong and you guys are right.
Mayor Kurzman?
Yes.
Commissioner Mayfield?
Yes.
Commissioner Tadiscus?
Yes.
Thank you.
We wish your business every success.
Yes. Thank you.
Oh, we forgot to read the resolution into the record.
We need to have an actual motion to approve the resolution with the changes to Exhibit A as discussed in the previous vote.
Okay, let's,
So moved.
yes.
We need to read the resolution.
A resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Sewell's Point, Florida, approving an alternate use application for a portion of parcel ID 35, 37, 41, 002, 000, 000, 10-8, located at 3766 South Ocean Boulevard in the Harbor Bay Plaza, also known as the Catch Neighborhood Wine and Spirits, for a term not more than 10 years, eligible for renewal upon approval by the commission and providing for an effective date.
We're going to need to modify the caption of the resolution to remove the renewal upon approval by the commission for your discussion.
And 7 years.
And 7 years, yeah.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call?
Vice Mayor Burrell?
Yes.
Mayor Kurzman?
Yes.
Commissioner Mayfield?
Yes.
Commissioner Fender?
Yes.
Commissioner Tadiscus?
Yes.
I would suggest that maybe we can consider the permit approved by the vote of the commission, but maybe we should bring the resolution back for the formal signature of the resolution after we've made all the changes. Does that make sense, or?
The signature or to rehear the
No,
resolution?
not to rehear it, but just to
Okay.
finalize the resolution. I don't know, I'm a little, we have to make a lot of changes to the actual text of the resolution
Mhm.
and the exhibit. So if we were to sign off on it tonight, it wouldn't reflect those changes. That makes me a little uncomfortable.
Would it go
That's
into
fair.
consent?
Yeah,
It could,
Yeah.
just to be a ratification.
it'll be the 14th of January.
Mhm. The code does not specifically require a resolution. It doesn't say exactly what the process is. We just thought that because there were going to be, likely to be conditions approved, that it would be a good idea to have a resolution. So I think that we can consider the permit approved with tonight's vote, and then just finalize, document the resolution, finalize that at the next meeting.
Sounds good to me.
No old business, new business, legislative agenda, the town manager.
Yes,
Excuse me, I thought we were doing one man delay under old business?
Oh,
No, I think you,
Go ahead, sorry. I thought it was under old.
Where did we move it?
I thought 13B, but I'm not sure at this
Oh,
point.
they moved it. Oh, we moved
we're
it to
supposed
the,
that's correct.
all the way to the end discussion.
Dave, you moved it to, Dave, you moved it to,
Discussion.
under real, whatever, the same
Heritage. Okay.
as 7 Heritage, which would be
Yes,
number 13.
Right. We're not there yet, okay. New business, once again, legislation agenda, town manager.
Yes, every year before the legislative session starts, we set an agenda for legislative changes that the commission would like to see. We also deal with appropriations, and so in the memo that I laid out, we have some options for projects that we could ask for the appropriation for. We do have the Phase 4 resiliency project, which would be our last phase. We don't have any funding in right now, and that's basically from Ocean to Ridgeland with the roadway improvements and drainage. We historically have asked for $1 million on those projects. Last year, the legislature changed it to $500,000, and that was on Phase 2. And then the governor vetoed it, so we didn't get any appropriation money. So the preference, according to Senator Harrell, is that we utilize the grant process, which we have done, with the exception of Phase 4. We did not ask for any grants for Phase 4 in this cycle, and we haven't had any announcements yet. We were told that just prior to the legislature meeting, the governor is going to make an announcement, supposedly towards the end of January, because the session will start in March. The committee meetings start actually in December. I think the next week they have some committee meetings, but the majority of the committee meetings will be in January and February. So anyhow, getting back to the topic at hand, which is the agenda, so there's another project that we have is Phase 2, that we could go back and readdress Phase 2. Right now, we're hoping for the grant dollars to come in for $5 million to give us the additional money that we need for Phase 2. We won't know, like I said, until January, and this appropriation information needs to be sent to the local legislative delegation. I think the deadline was the 20th, if I recall, but I don't have it in front of me right now. So
Phase 2 being the third phase?
Phase 2 is it would be the third phase that we're actually working on. Right, because we went out of sequence. So, and then one other project that we have on our local mitigation summary, and it's also as part of our capital improvement projects, but a project for our town hall flooding mitigation. Obviously, you know, we with Nicole, when we were here, we had some flooding that took us over the pond that was across the street, and you couldn't tell the difference where the roadway was and the pond was, and that was with a tropical storm, Cat 1 hurricane. So, you know, we've always looked at ways that we can tighten up town hall and protect it better than what we have right now. And from talking to our grant writer, that's a topic that for mitigation for government buildings is a priority this year. So, I put that in there just for your review. Again, we're probably going to be looking somewhere in the area of $1 million for the appropriation. And, you know, I'd like to hear the commission's preference on that. And then just to finish out the legislative agenda, sorry. I passed it. There we go. You usually follow the League of Cities and endorse their legislation that they're working on. And those issues, from talking to Commissioner Burrell, who was up at the meeting, can you restate those for me?
Well, one of them that the committee I was on was impact fees and affordable housing. So we pushed through those two items, plus we readjusted all the verbiage, and we pushed it up to the League of Cities. Now it's up to them. We're waiting right now to see what other committees submitted, and we're going to see what the top legislative issues are, and then we're going to go to Tallahassee, and we're going to talk to all the legislators.
And then one of the other topics is our liability when it comes to protection as a municipality. Right now, those limits last year, they were trying to change them to being 1 million and 3 million. My understanding is the League of Cities is proposing their own bill that would take it every 5 years. There'd be an incremental increase instead of an automatic increase. And I believe the amounts were 500 to 300,000. So per incident, it would be per individual, it would be 300,000 and 500,000 per incident. But I haven't heard anything on the legislation yet. Last I knew, they were working on crafting a bill, but also getting with the leadership in the legislature to see which route would be the best and most advantageous for the League of Cities. So I guess just to keep this kind of simple, if we went with adopting the League of Cities legislative agenda to ours, and just give me some type of direction on what you would like to do on the appropriation.
So just a couple quick questions. I appreciate that overview. A couple of points here. One is that if we're following the League of Cities, what I heard you say, Vinny, didn't sound like it really applied to what we're doing. Am I wrong about that? I heard affordable housing and impact fees. So what about impact fees? what are we talking about?
Well, they're looking to give more power back to the municipalities.
Thankfully. Yeah, but impact fees would be, I mean,
Whatever building that we're building right now,
Yeah.
if you look at what we're putting together here,
yeah. I mean,
Roads are
impact
getting
fees are
chewed
good, yeah, no problem, but I'm not sure it's $1 million, right? Or we're talking, would it have that level of impact on our budget? I hope it does, but I'm trying to understand.
what do you mean $1 million?
Well,
If
what
I
I'm
may,
hearing about is
once the
legislative-
appropriation, and then the legislative effort is just getting that legislation passed. It doesn't have a monetary issue with it.
Okay, well, what I'm concerned about is grants for phase two, the third phase called phase two. And to understand if we have enough grant applications in the pipeline to possibly fulfill our financial need. And I'm sure, I'm hoping what I'm hearing you saying is that we'll see one of those nifty charts that have the proper level of funding requests. And maybe
Yes.
we shoot a little higher because we're gonna get a little lower. And then Joe's crack team and our friend, Miss Amy, I think,
Yes.
will be working to make sure that we have the level of grant requests in place in time for whatever legislative requirements, and so they understand the deadlines, and so Commissioner Burrell can hopefully help us in pushing some of those requests forward, and all of us can sort of socialize with Ms. Harrell, or whoever we have to talk to, and you'll give us some guidance on how we can help you seek approval for some of these grants so we get a successful phase two funding approach. Does that make sense?
Yes.
We're rambling a little bit, but I'm a little bit more visual, so I could use the chart that summarizes, a total of grant applications.
Okay.
Mayor,
A
can I
plan for
chime
grant
in?
applications, I would say. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm raising my hand because I feel like maybe I can add to this, because I did a couple appropriations requests, and then I was, not me, the town did, but I went and talked. And then I also am involved with the League of Cities, so it is two separate things, your appropriations request from the legislators, and then the League of Cities, like Vice Mayor Burrell is talking about, I had to remember your Vice Mayor. They just have their priorities, what's important to them, and they do a great job, and they really get input, and they're very municipal strong, and they're just, so in general, I don't think it's a bad idea to just follow what they're doing. You have people like him and me, so that's just,
We don't.
right,
That's
that's,
awesome.
yeah, and so that's just a
I'm wondering
separate
if there's
thing.
enough money there to help us.
Well, that part doesn't involve money.
Okay.
That's just like, please don't get rid of home rule kind of thing. In what areas
Well,
are you?
I guess maybe that, put it a different way. In addition to impact fees and affordable housing, might there be something there about water quality or resiliency?
There is, we just don't know it yet. There's
Yeah.
different.
Okay, that's
those are
really what I'm
different
trying to get
committees.
at.
Yeah, there's like a ton of
Things that
people
will help
from
us
all over,
approve
yes.
those grants that we need is really what I'm asking.
Yeah.
There's a lot of committees. I think it's like, what, 5?
Yeah,
There's
that's
5
5.
committees, and they each approve. There's one that has everything to do with,
Utilities.
like I said, the impact fees and stuff like that. There's one that does with organizational, one environmental. So, yeah, those bills will go up.
I'm
to
interested in the ones
businesses.
that will
Yeah.
help our cause, right?
And so then I think the town manager is asking us about what do we specifically want to ask for from the legislators? And my experience with that has been that it's all just please can I get some? And there's no real rhyme or reason to why they give it, just somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. So, and then the odds are pretty slim. We haven't gotten, we were lucky for a little while and then we haven't. So I don't think
The numbers were astronomically high from,
I think it's smart to, why wouldn't you ask? These projects are great and we believe in them, and so why wouldn't you ask? And then you don't really count on it until you have it. That's my opinion.
Awesome.
Can I say one other thing and then I'll be done?
Yes, you may.
I would just, since phase 2, we already requested and then it got vetoed, and I realized phase 4 is just another iteration, essentially phase 2, but it wouldn't hurt to ask for phase 4 because we haven't gotten any money for that, and that is still the same type of project, resiliency projects that are still important. And then I don't know if it's, at one point I think we asked for 2. I don't know if that's a bad idea, but you'd have to weigh out the phase 4 ask versus the town hall mitigation ask. I don't know if it makes sense to go ask the same thing you asked last year and it got vetoed, so.
I'm hoping our consultants can help us with some guidance on what's intelligent to
I would say 500. I don't know, we asked for $1 million and they said no, and they put it, and it got down to 500,000 last year.
How do we get, you know,
Those are
That's
the
other
actual
stuff.
grants.
Yeah.
Again, it's what Commissioner Mayfield's speaking about is the appropriation. So that's the ask. We go up and beg for.
You just literally say, please pick us, give us money, we have a good
The
project.
other part are the grants where you have to go through and you do the applications and go through all the red tape and then follow it up. And that's why Amy has had meetings with the folks in DEP that are controlling the grants. Everything looks good, but until they actually make the announcements and say that we're getting the grant monies, I don't count on it because I've been told a lot of things in my lifetime and not all of them are
I just
true.
want to make sure we're asking the right thing.
Yes, we are, and I think, just to Commissioner Mayfield's point, if I may, I think looking at Phase 4 is probably a wiser thing at this juncture, since we don't have any funding at that, and to go back and ask for funding for the same project that the governor vetoed might be an issue, and we'll just have to couch it, maybe in getting Senator Harrell's suggestion and couch it in a way that she feels that we can be successful.
So I guess I would, you don't need a motion, it says you request direction, is that?
Well,
Or do we-
I think I'd rather get direction in a unified matter from the five of you, so I know precisely what I want, or what you want, I'm sorry.
Okay.
What I have to do.
I think town hall hardening is important, but this road project is just, you know, that's the prize, getting that thing done. So I would make a motion to ask for 500,000 for Phase 4 from the legislature, and then support the League of Cities priorities.
Yeah, it's important that we get the remainders too for Phase 2. We got to get that finished ASAP. That's really in the forefront because we have all the money right now for 3. So I just want to be able to, once we have all the money, we can just continue on. There won't be any hiccups in it straight through. And I want to avoid any delays if possible. So we really got to concentrate on 2. And, you know, like I said before, we were talking about if we go to Phase 4, I just want to make sure it's not going to hurt us in Phase 2. That's my main concern.
I mean,
Phase 4 could be a ways off.
Yeah.
You know, that's the only concern I really have.
Yeah, if you guys don't agree, I'm good for Phase 2. I just think it's important to ask because it doesn't hurt, and these projects need to get done, so I think.
Is there
You
any
need
way
to ask for a second.
Can you talk to Senator Harrell or something to get some guidance or?
Well, that's all part of the plan, having a meeting with her before we, submit the form, and also, we'll be meeting in front of the legislative delegation, pitching it to all 3 members of our delegation.
I could revise my motion to ask for 500,000 for Phase 2 or Phase 4, pending what our senator believes is the better choice, and then supporting the League of Cities initiatives.
Can I ask you if it has to be that specific? I mean, why limit it to 500? Is there any reason why we can't just say, give staff direction to request as much as possible?
Because we have gone through this stuff, and we've just gotten on track now where we really get official approval, because in the past it was more liquid, and then that got us into trouble. And there were, people wanted more, which understandably so. So this is a better process to have it more transparent. We're agreeing for the ask. That's the.
Commissioner Fender?
That was
Just- Okay, Commissioner Tediscus.
Yeah, for my edification, where does Phase 2 run from and Phase 4 run from?
Okay, Phase 4 runs from Ocean to Ridgeland.
Okay.
And Phase 2 runs from Pineapple to Henry Sewell's Way.
Nice work.
And we're about to embark on Phase 3, which is Pineapple to
Ridgeland.
So we're going to have, a section done, and then the middle and one end is undone. Okay, thank you.
Any public comment?
You need a
There's
second.
been a motion, it needs a second.
This needs a okay.
I will
Okay,
second it.
That was the motion as modified by Commissioner Mayfield.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Goodness, you're keeping us on track. I appreciate
We
it.
really should get a second on the floor before we engage in discussion.
Dave, I'm going to need
Yes.
to buy you Robert's Rules of Order.
Yes. Okay, we
I
have,
did say.
Yeah, you did second.
Yeah.
yeah, we have a motion from Commissioner Mayfield, a second from Commissioner Fender, and we have a roll call.
Public discussion.
Public discussion.
Sorry.
I'm so sorry, any public discussion?
Is there anybody who wants to comment? Okay. Okay,
Being none, if we get a roll call.
call the roll.
Wait, is this on this item?
No.
Oh, this is something else.
So
I'd like to
let's-
speak
before
on
we
this
go any
item.
further, we're talking
I'd like to
about
speak
going
when I
along.
wait till Mandalay, only because what you're talking about
Wait,
now,
no.
you still haven't fixed Mandalay.
Well, it's coming up on the agenda. It's on there.
Okay, because I'm ready.
Okay, good.
Vice Mayor Burrow,
Yes.
Mayor Kurzman,
Yes.
Commissioner Mayfield,
Yes.
Commissioner Fender,
Yes.
Commissioner Tadiscus.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Board of Adjustment, Board of Zoning Adjustment, board member vacancies.
Yes, I believe you have one full board member to appoint and 2 alternate board members. Is that correct, April?
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we accept Jack Watkins as a full board member, and we appoint Jacqueline Costanzo and Duet Price as alternates to the BZA.
I'll second.
We have a first with Commissioner Discus, a second from Commissioner Mayfield. Any public comment? April, can you get a roll call?
We've got
Mayor?
the man.
Just for the record, I think Mr. Watkins was here. Obviously, he probably had to leave, but he was here at the meeting, just so you know.
Was he in the front row? by
Yes.
chance? Okay,
Mayor Kurzman,
yes.
Commissioner Mayfield,
Yes.
Commissioner Tadiscus,
Yes.
Commissioner Fender,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burrow.
Yes.
Now we have Code Enforcement Board, renewal of board member in terms and appointments, along with alternative member and town clerk. Town clerk?
My recommendation is for each commissioner to nominate a code enforcement board member in order to coincide with their term of 2024 to 2028, and to also appoint an alternate member from the applications received.
Just one correction to that. I think we can only have 2 alternate board members per the state statute for the Code Enforcement Board.
Right, we amended the ordinance a while back
Yeah.
to take that into account. So the ordinance now provides that the nominations for the alternates come from the commission as a whole.
Commissioner Fender.
I'm gonna nominate Kyle Gold as my representative for new board member.
The only question I have, Kyle Gold currently, he owns the property here, but he's not living here yet. Doesn't reside.
Okay, he actually I talked to him at length, and he lives here.
He lives-
And he has lived here in the past, and he actually is just building a house here, so he's not living in the house while it's being renovated. I think he's still at Sailfish Point,
That's correct. He's staying with his parents at Sailfish right now.
but he's here all the time.
But
Anyway, that's my
he-
nomination.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to nominate him as well, but no, but let me finish up. The only problem is, I don't think we can legally do that because he's not residing here right now. I don't think he's moving into his house till sometime close to summer.
But he owns the property, right?
He does own the
He's a
property.
property owner.
I have to ask council on that one. Owner and by council.
Can you bring that slide up a little more so I can?
This
see
one?
The whole, yeah,
Okay, sorry.
thanks. They shall be residents of the town, so you have to determine whether he's a resident or not. That's
If he
a
owns
factual
property here, is he
question.
suggesting he's not a resident?
Yeah, you can own property in
But if you're building a home and living elsewhere while you build a home and you lived here before, you're just temporarily, so that, where does he vote? That's what we do for commission. Are you a qualified voter? That's how we decide commission.
I don't know the answer to that, but the question would be, what are the indicia of residency? He owns property. Apparently, he has the intention to reside here. He's currently physically residing here in somebody else's home.
No, he's living on Sailfish Point.
Sailfish Point, which, okay.
Yeah, I don't know exactly his move-in date yet. I'd have to ask him. I know last time I talked to him, he's.
Okay, is that his application that we're looking at right now?
No, that's a different one.
Because
That's a different one. I think it's before it. I think it's before it.
Sorry.
That's all right. It's handwritten.
At 159 South River
Yeah,
Road?
yeah, I talk to him pretty often.
It's right there, the handwritten one.
Okay.
Yes, he is a registered voter.
So just for the record, his application shows that he's a resident in Sewell's Point, and he uses the address of 159 South River Road.
Thank you, town manager.
He's not living it.
The application says.
again, I mean, that's
Yeah, but that
factual
doesn't- that's not
analysis, and
saying
you
a
can
lot
draw your
for his,
conclusion from that if
credibility.
you think there's sufficient information to determine that he's a resident.
It's my nomination.
Uh,
You can always not approve him.
No, that's not the case at all. I just want to make sure we legally do this, that's all. That's why I want to run it by council.
I don't want anybody in the community to say that
This is
he's
the
a
same one, right?
non-resident.
It says he's registered voter in
Yes.
Sewell Point, so I think that would
I,
definitely support it.
I believe that's the only qualification to be a commissioner is a registered voter. And by our chart, I think that's all it says. And live here for a year, you're right, we just changed it. You're right.
Okay? Gotta live here, gotta have a roof over your head.
Well, he's had an address here for several years now, or at least a few.
Yeah, I mean, I
two.
think that's why that question is included, are you registered voters? Because that is the linchpin of residency, so I think you're good.
All right.
Do you have a nomination?
We have a
Oh,
nomination.
do I didn't know, I'm sorry. I wanted to nominate my nominee, Michael Raskin. He's been serving for a while and he enjoys it and would like to continue, so.
Okay, we got two nominations.
I nominate Ted Dillard, who's on the board. His term's coming up. I think Commissioner Tom Peck had appointed him, and he's done a good job serving, even though they don't meet.
Do we need to mention the alternate, Jesse?
Yeah,
This morning, so
Okay.
it's good until 26 at least.
Then
So-
I would also recommend that we nominate Jesse Coron as an alternate. He received a lot of letters of reference, and I've met the gentleman. He's an engineer, had been living here in town for a while, up on North River Road.
So can I just make a motion to approve the
Late.
slate?
I second the slate.
I can say no.
All right, any discussion? And we have a first from, who made the motion?
Yeah, you have a motion,
Made a
you got a
motion.
second, call the question.
Kaya.
Kaya made the
Yes,
motion.
I made the motion and then
Frank
I make a
seconded.
motion to approve the slate as is for the code enforcement board.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Roll call? Oh, public
Did you
comment.
ask whether there was any public comment on this?
Is there any public comment?
Nope.
Hearing none.
Being none, roll call.
Commissioner Mayfield?
Yes.
Commissioner Titicus?
Yes.
Commissioner Fender?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burrell?
The only reason I would say no is because we don't really know. It's a non-resident thing to me, so the answer's no.
Mayor Kurzman?
Yes. New business D, bid acceptance and recommendation. April?
Be the town manager.
Town Manager Daniels?
Yes, I was just trying to pull it up on the screen. We had some computer issues, so give me just one, here we go. Okay. This is for our CEI services. That's the inspection services for the septic to sewer and of phase, actually part 2, and then the phase 2 water main replacement. The water main replacement is done through cooperative efforts with Martin County Utilities, and the septic to sewer would be to cover part 2, which is 171 connections, which runs from Pineapple through High Point. And we have no, hang on one second. Is this the CEI?
No,
No,
it's not CEI.
Okay.
CEI, you're on.
I'm sorry.
Septic to sewer.
So this is the septic to sewer one. I'm sorry.
That's coming up.
So, so the winning bid for septic to sewer was Sunshine Land Design. They were the low bidder, and for phase 1 we utilized Jeremy Underground. So
Jamie Underground?
Jamie Underground, thank you.
I need this.
All messed up here.
Yeah, that's all right.
Commissioner Discus?
Okay. I know. You know, at the end of 4 years, they'll get it right. All right, hopefully. Doesn't matter, as long as the name's spelled right on the check. So, I had a question in terms of who was present, and I had met with Mr. Daniels when the bids were open, and he said that he was Maria and Mr. Capra. And then I also wanted to know, after seeing the CEI contract, who performed the quality of work audit on Phase 1? Because when you look at the CEI arrangement, it says that major projects require an uninvolved concern inspect the workmanship of the contractors involved. And I'm assuming that that's a major contract because it was several $1 million. I mean, to me, that's a major contract. And then I was curious in terms of why we were changing horses in the middle of the stream. And when you look at it, there's a $178,000 difference between Sunshine Land Design and Jamie Underground, which would lead one to believe that you would accept a low bidder. Then our question was, what's the experience of Sunshine Land Design on underground work? And they don't have any. And, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, and hell, I'm wrong a lot. And then the other thing I wanted to know was Sunshine Land Design going to do the work, or were they going to sub it out? And I was told they were going to sub it out and not do the work. So in essence, we're recommending that somebody that is not going to do the work. We don't know who's doing it. So I have some questions on that. And I mean, if Jamie Underground did a good job, and it's my understanding that they did, although don't know who checked on it, Martin County Utilities accepted it, then why are we changing horses and going with an unknown entity?
Okay, I'll respond to that. First of all, Joe Capper for the record. First of all, Jamie Underground work was done for the 169 connections, and they did a great job. We inspected the work, and also Martin County Utilities does have an inspector out here from time to time, but they rely on Keptech
to inspect the work and to certify the work, okay? And then when we pull together the bill of sale and everything, and that's how basically they can say sewers are available. So we, in that contract, we were able to do the inspection as well as the design work, as well as the permitting work, okay?
Excuse me, Joe, isn't that kind of like the fox watching the hen house?
Well, I know some people have that opinion, but the fact of the matter is, most of the contracts that are with municipalities are done that way, okay? Now, we do run into, the DOT does, like you're pointing out, they like to make sure their CEI and their design group are separate. When you do a federal contract like and that's why we have to go to the HMGP contracts, our federal contracts, they require us to put a CEI group separate from the design group, okay? And that's a federal contract, okay? So they're all done differently. I have municipalities that would prefer that the engineer designing it do the CEI because there's less education that they have to transfer from one group to the next. I will tell you that the DOT likes to do it the other way. And federal grants require us to separate them. So anyways, we have we were involved with the design and the bidding and the CEI for the water and sewer contract. Martin County, again, is one of those firms, or one of those communities that lets the design firm and the CEI firm be the same. So that's the reason why that one went that route. First of all these, I mean, I've worked with Jamie Underground, and we worked with Sunshine Land Design. Sunshine Land Design does do underground work. They do underground work for us. They're on our continuing service contract to do improvement projects, okay? They've done large ones, they've done small ones. The other thing you should know that we did research, we had heard that they had taken bids from other subcontractors, meaning Sunshine Land Design, but we also heard that Sunshine Land Design is going to do the directional drilling and all the work on this project, not all the work, the underground directional drilling on this project. So let me just say, and again, I can use any one of these firms, Jamie Underground, Sunshine Land Design, but Sunshine Land Design also, one of the techniques that they have invested in on directional drilling is directional drilling of a gravity main, okay? And I will tell you, working in Ocean Breeze, okay, we have some underground gravity mains that have to be put in a certain slope, okay? There's not many contractors that do directional drilling that have bought the equipment now to make sure that that gravity main that has to be at a certain slope, they only let you have no more than a 10% change in that. Basically, they've bought an equipment, and they've done numerous underground directional drilling contracts for Martin County and for other municipalities. So I can't say that Sunshine Land Design are not qualified to do this work, okay? They're the low bidder here, and that they're 2.9. So could we go to Jamie Underground? Sure we could, but I don't have a reason that they are not qualified to do the work. So that's the problem I have with it. I would hate to have somebody challenge the bid, because then we get delayed. And, you know, we're also, it's not that basically you have to resolve that issue, and then you obviously have to resolve. In this case, we have two funding sources. Martin County Utilities is providing the money for the water main, which, as you can see from the items, it says 1.417.50409. That number is actually wrong, okay? Just so you know, because there was a rounding error in the bid. What happens when these projects are bid, we take the bid, we sit here and we open the bid, we announce the bid, okay? Then we take it back and we add up all the numbers. And there was a rounding number, and actually the 1,417,50409, that number should be 1,417,482.01. I'm going to bring that to your attention. So when you add those two numbers together, the new one I gave you and the low pressure force main, it equals the 2,000,009. So the number is lower than what that's on that. The 2.9 is correct, okay? It's the 1.417504 that's wrong.
Okay.
So anyways, I just want to be, just let you know what we've done. We've taken the bids, we've analyzed the bids. I will tell you, some of the numbers, I looked at all three bidders. And when you look at them, you kind of look and see who's the low and who's the high and so forth. I look at that. I look at unbalanced bids. They're all different, okay? Just so you know, it's not, this was not an easy one to say, well, they're low on all the items and the other groups were higher on all the other items. They were all over the place, so just so you know, but they were the low bidder. So I didn't see any reason that I could say that they should be disqualified. So there's about 3 or 4 criteria in the bid form that tells them that what we look at when we bid a project. Price is one of them, you know, making sure that the numbers add, you know, not that the numbers add up, but the numbers are correct and so forth. And I don't see anything in there that they're not. They're qualified, they've done this work. Again, they've actually gone, as far as directional drilling, they've gone the extra yardage. And I say that to you because if we do go to the gravity sewer projects, they're probably one of the, using that technology, that would be a technology that we can save money on. Now, we'd have to bid it anyways, okay? But that is a technology. The problem you have with putting gravity sewer mains is we will be tearing up all the roads in the areas where we put them. So, but they do have that technology. So again, I probably said more than you, or I repeated myself numerous times, but they are qualified to do directional drilling.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Brill.
Yeah, I have a question. We can change our criteria. We could just turn around and say, well, we want to go back to Jamie Underground because they are who we've been using. So I don't know if, $100,000 is going to make a difference one way or the other than I know that Jamie has been doing a good job. They did North Sewell's Point. They do a phase on South Sewell's Point. Their bid isn't far off. As far as that, what we're planning on, or what you're saying is that, oh, we're going to go to phase 4. We don't know if we're going to go to phase 4 yet. So, I mean, I wouldn't put that in the bank yet, all right? We have no idea if we're going to get funding for it. We don't know what's going to happen with it, especially with the gravity. So I would say that we go back to Jamie Underground, who's got the most experience dealing with the town and the town issues. That's my remark.
Just so we're clear, and it's not a, there's, you know, when we've done some of the adjustments, for example, I have seen in certain municipalities where they go to local preference, and sometimes the low bidder, if they agree to the low, if they go to the, if, for example, Jamie, and I don't know if we have this local bidder preference here, I don't think we do, but basically, you would have to ask Jamie to go to honor the lower price. That's the way that system works.
The code requires for an invitation to bid that the award be made to the lowest, most responsive and responsible bidder. So as Joe has mentioned, if you're not going to award it to the lowest bidder, you have to have a justification why they are not sufficiently responsive or responsible, and that requires you to go to somebody else who was not the low bidder.
And so the other reason I bring it to your attention is we are getting, the grant money we can, probably don't have a problem with. The other person we have to convince on this, because they will be paying more, is Martin County Utilities. And so, again, I'm just trying to point out the things that you run into when you start playing with this. You can do what you're saying, Commissioner. I'm not telling you can't. Just, like I said, I've worked with both of these guys. I don't believe that either one of them has not performed for the town or any other municipality on the Treasure Coast. I get it that they've done great work for us, Jamie Underground, and to be honest with you, they're normally the lowest bidder. They've done great jobs on North Sewell's Point, South Sewell's Point. I respect them and so forth, but unfortunately, they missed the bid, and that happens.
Commissioner Fender.
So just for clarification, this is for, I see the word septic sewer there, but this is for phase 2 and 3 together, combined for the directional drilling?
No, no, so everybody knows, I apologize, I don't have the map, but you remember you saw the purple map?
Yep.
That we built with Jamie Underground, and that got you the 169 connections. That was in part of Phase 4, because we had to bring the line from A1A here all the way down to Phase 3, okay? And within Phase 3. That's what the 169 connections are. We are taking it from Phase 3, which is Pineapple Lane, south through Samara Street, basically all the barrier islands, Samara Street. We're taking it down, all down.
The purple map I saw seemed to go all the way down. Did I miss?
Yeah, it does. It goes all the way down South Sewell's Point Road to High Point, all the neighborhoods, all the
Which
High
I
Point
understood was
neighborhood.
already done,
What's that?
which I understood this from the start of this meeting.
No.
that we
Yeah, the
already-
purple is all the way, is complete, but that takes you to Pineapple. And
Yeah.
then the part 2 is
So
the new
purple diagram
section
I
that
saw
we're
only
starting.
stopped at Pineapple, and I just didn't realize
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, it stopped at Pineapple, okay? So now we have to go from there down to High Point, through High Point, Island Road, Samara Street, and along South Sewell's Point Road.
Just for clear, that was the initial clarification. The $100,000 or almost $200,000 is super important to me. I mean, I know we need to scrimp everywhere. These numbers are astronomical compared to the time I've been on the commission. So, I mean, is there a reason why you would not want to go with the low bidder? I mean, I trust your word. We've been working together a long time.
Well,
I know you
I just don't, you know, I have to be fair. I mean, I'm the guy I'm in the middle here. I have to be fair to the contractors. And quite honestly, changing bids on people that put their time and effort into it, and they win the bid, you know, you know, there's a lot of people that say, hey, if I can't have confidence that they're gonna go with the low bidder, I'm not gonna bid anymore to the town. And I can't have that happen, because there's not enough bidders out there, folks. You can see we only have one bid on Phase 3, and that there's,
Well, I've heard you say you have no, I haven't heard you say anything that makes me believe that they can't perform.
I don't know of anything that says they can't perform. They've been performing for us for years.
That's what I'm saying. I'm hearing you say that.
Yeah.
And they're the low bidder, so I need that $200,000, right? I don't want to put it on the taxpayer to exchange it. I heard something about maybe they can match it, but again, that calls to question our bidding processes, so, you know, you haven't convinced me yet that we would change.
Commissioner Disses.
Yeah, I don't.
Titicus.
There you go. My main objection was the fact that I was told that they were going to sub it out. And if they're going to do the work, I don't have a problem with it. I just think that the contract ought to be contingent on no subcontracting.
Well, would you, I mean, if they're going to sub it out and perform the work and do it cheaper, why does it matter if you're saving money?
Because you don't know who you're doing business with, Frank.
No, I'm doing business with Sunshine Land Design. It's their responsibility to deliver.
I hear you, but if they have a subcontractor there that may or may not perform well, I mean, that's going to come back on us. And so I want to know who I'm doing business with. And if I'm doing business with Sunshine Land Design, don't have a problem with doing business with Sunshine Land Design. I don't want to do business with Sunshine Land Design and Vinnie Bag of Donuts that Sunshine hires.
I heard you say that they were actually going to do the work, so.
Right.
And to be fair to both Commissioners, Frank, okay.
Frankly speaking, right, Joe?
Frankly
All right.
speaking, when we heard from a subcontractor that they had provided prices to Sunshine. And that's where you heard that from, because I'm sure Bob maybe said, well, they may not be performing the work themselves. But fact of the matter is, we found out otherwise, that they you know, that they're doing the directional drill themselves, and that sounds great. But everything that you mentioned is exactly true. You want your contractor to have at least 50% involvement in the project, and if they're not doing the work, they're not going to have that. So that's why it's important, because we've had projects before go sour, not in this town, where people basically subbed everything out and we couldn't get the people to perform. So there is a problem with that. You want the person that you're signing the contract with to be doing the work. That's exactly, that's the right thing to do.
And you're confident that that will be the case?
Everything I've heard so far, they're doing the work themselves.
Well, let's.
We
play
can
out
write
the
it
other
in the
scenario.
contract.
No, okay.
That's simple.
I'm just saying, let's play out the other scenario, because it sounds like we're going down a path of possibly changing. I mean, the optics politically are two. One is project goes south, but you took the lowest bidder, or you decide to change and you do the damage to our credibility on bidding processes, but also you have to answer the fact that, now tell me again why you spent an extra $200,000 on this when you had someone do it cheaper. And third scenario, even worse, is you actually take the higher price and they somehow screw it up, right? So now you've got a higher scenario that didn't quite go the way you wanted. I mean, it's possible that projects do go south, and if you take the lowest bidder, at least you're protected, saying, hey, I followed a process, we bid it, we had good authorization that they were gonna do the work properly, and we had a town engineer who cares for his job, I'm sure, that ratified it. So I don't know, $200,000 doesn't seem like, $178,000, whatever it is, seems significant to me, I'm just saying.
It is a significant amount of money, but I think you're obfuscating the issue there, Commissioner Fender, from the standpoint that, number one, we've done business with Jamie Underground. We know how they performed. We've seen how they performed. Martin County has accepted, the work that they've done. Sunshine Land Design, I was told, was going to subcontract this out. I don't know who we're doing business with if they subcontract it out. However, if they're not going to subcontract it out, then I'm all in favor of taking the lower bid. And in addition to that, I think we should put in the contract that they don't have the ability, or if they're going to sub it out, they can only sub out a small percentage of it, or we've got to approve the subcontractors, one or the other.
Are we allowed to do that?
Yeah, we're allowed to do that.
Commissioner Mayfield.
Yes, I was just going to say that I initially had written down the same questions about what the option of using Jamie Underground, and I had actually written down, are there any downsides? And you kind of laid out the downsides, and particularly of interest to me is the Martin County issue. They're the ones that provide the sewer service, and so I think it's important, I'm glad you brought up all the issues, and so I would say if our esteemed council thinks it's best to take the lowest bid and you think they can do the work, I think that's best to take Sunshine Land Design. And as for the subcontractor thing, I don't have any feelings one way or the other. If that's possible, then great. If it's going to mess it up and we can't do it, then don't. That's.
Vice Mayor.
Well, I agree with Mr. Ticidus over there that we should have something put in the contract. And if we're going to go with Jamie, we're going to go with Sunshine, then we have to have something in the contract that says they're not going to sub it out.
I'll talk to them about that and make sure that they.
So,
Commissioner Citizens.
I'm done, I made my comment.
Okay.
You just got.
Commissioner Mayfield.
yeah, I would just make a motion to approve the bid from Sunshine Land Design in the amount of $2.9 million, subject to conversation, or subject to the subcontracting, not being subcontracted. Is that?
Yes.
Yes.
We understand. I second.
Any public comment? Being none, roll call.
Commissioner Titicus?
Approved. Yes.
Commissioner Fender?
Yes, please.
Vice Mayor Burrell?
Yes.
Mayor Kurzman?
Yes.
Commissioner Mayfield?
Yes.
Okay.
Receive
Slowly
bid
but
acceptance
surely.
of recommendations, CI Services. Town Manager?
Yes, this was the only firm that responded to the request for proposals. They actually did it as a continuing service provision, similar to how we retain Captex Services and Sunshine Land Design for the work on the outfall lines. So this particularly request for qualifications covers Phase 3 and Phase 2, both resiliency projects. And we figured we could, by grouping both projects together, we could save time and money. The big question is the money, since they gave us their unit prices, which is their hourly rate for their services. If you approve them as the contractor for Phase 3 and Phase 2 resiliency projects, I'm just asking that you would authorize the town manager and myself to negotiate the terms of the agreement. Primarily, I'm looking for a cap that their fees will not go over a certain amount. And we're looking at what we have budgeted for the project, and I don't want to have any surprises down the road.
Commissioner.
Frank. Frank, you got Frank T and Frank F. Make it easy.
Yes.
Well, I don't understand why, and I call your attention to page 120, why we can't get some ranges. Because in page 120, and this was a very comprehensive response, I think. I mean, they went over and beyond and did everything but throw some times in there. If you look at the first couple items, initial plan and construct review, value engineering, cost review, boom, 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 those are basically office reviews to where they're going to sit down and go over the plans. They ought to be able to estimate how many hours that would take, or at least a range of time. This is similar, much similar to what we get it from Joe when we turned around and we asked him, or you all asked him to turn around and to put in a bid, and it was the same thing with the young lady that writes the grants. Coast or Space Coast, whatever. But there was a range of times, and this is how long it's going to take to do something. These are the hourly rates. So at least you had an idea what it's going to cost. The other items in here, verify geotech field conditions and all items constructed properly. That's field work. Somebody's got to go out, kick the tires. They got to get in the car, and they've got to drive out there and do whatever they're going to do. Advance notice to residents and hold public meetings, not necessary. Joe's already done that. Doesn't need to be done again. Field modifications, monitor control traffic, and so on down the line. The job is done, and so those things really are not relevant to this. So, I mean, I'm all for CEI doing this, but what I would like to see is an estimation of what the hours are going to be, and who in the portfolio, and they listed all of their personnel that would be working on this, who would be performing some of these functions, so that we have an idea of how much money are we dealing with. And that way, when, Bob sits down with him, he has an opportunity to, to hone in on it.
Okay. Commissioner Mayfield.
Yes, I was actually going to make a motion to approve Culpeper and Turpinning as the continuing service contractor for CEI services for Phase 3 and Phase 2 resiliency projects, and authorize the town manager to negotiate the fee, particularly the no more than cap, because this is part of grants, correct?
Yes.
So the limits are somewhat built in, and you'll be able to figure them out. And as for that's my motion. I didn't want to.
And before we make the motion, Commissioner Fender.
Yeah, just going to ask, I absolutely do not want to slow this thing down. And I like the way you worded that, Commissioner Mayfield. But I just wanted to ask, in the past, when we've had a single bidder response, and that's what I thought I heard you say, we've worked to try to resolve that problem. But this is a subcomponent of the larger,
First of all, I think that one of the things that you understand, these are professional services you're hiring here.
Okay.
It's usually, it's, and again, Susan can explain this better than I can probably, but usually in professional services, you base your selection on qualifications first. Then you then go to what Bob is recommending is he negotiates the price. If he can't come to terms with the price, then obviously he needs to make a decision to go back out to go out for qualifications again. So that's typically the way this type of services work. They're not contractors. They are professional services. It's a little
am I
different.
missing the hourly rate here?
There is no, oh.
This was done as a request for qualifications, which, as Joe says, focuses on qualifications, and then if the contractor, a proponent is selected, then you negotiate price.
Wow, shocking that we wouldn't have more, but okay.
And my understanding of, I think, the motion that I think has been made, but perhaps not seconded, is that to approve the negotiations with a not-to-exceed amount.
Yes, that the town manager would determine based on his knowledge of our grants and our whole financial situation. Yes.
Okay, I will second that.
We have a motion from Commissioner Mayfield, a second from Commissioner Fender. Do we have any public comment? Being none, can we have a roll call?
Wait a minute, discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Uh, Joe, is there anything to preclude from getting an estimate of time for, of what's going to be spent on reviewing the job that was performed?
Isn't that what we just asked the town manager?
So first of all, who are you asking to do that?
I'm asking you, if in your professional experience, is there any reason why CEI couldn't provide an estimate of how much time each one of the functions that they've outlined would take?
I don't know of anything that precludes that from happening, but normally, again, when I turn them in, which I do some of these myself, basically I turn in on qualifications. And then what happens, and I'm just going to tell you an example. For example, in Port St. Lucie, we're on a continuing service contract. We do CEI, just like this one is, and they basically selected 5 firms, okay? And we're on a rotation, and what happens is they say, okay, we want you to give us a price on this one job. If we give them a price, if they don't like the numbers, they then go to one of the other qualified firms that was also selected by a professional selection process. So that's the way some municipalities handle it. So the point is, and I think I know it's maybe a little indirect, but that's kind of what Bob's going to do next. He's going to go ask for, okay, what's your numbers? And I realize this is a little different because we only have one person, okay? And what Bob may have to do, if he doesn't have enough money in that budget, he may have to go out to RFP again and see if we can drum up. There was about 3 other firms that did pick up plans, okay, and look at the stuff, but they decided not to bid for one reason, or to show their qualifications. Maybe they're too busy, they couldn't perform at that point, and so we'd have to, I say we, Bob will have to go out and see if any of those other firms can change their mind and come in and provide their qualifications.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other comments? Okay. No public comment? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Fender?
Yes, please.
Vice Mayor Burrell?
Yes.
Mayor Kurzman?
Yes.
Commissioner Mayfield?
Yes.
Commissioner Tedeschi?
Yes.
Next up is name change for the Code Enforcement Board. Town Manager?
Yes, Commissioner Burrell brought this up at our last meeting about changing the name of the Code Enforcement Board to the Code Compliance Board. Again, the whole emphasis around code enforcement per se is to gain compliance. It's not to fine, and it's not to go through that process. The main process is compliance. So I was asked to come up with an estimate of what it would cost us if the commission decided to make that change on the name. And it's basically, it's in the Code of Ordinances, it's not in the charter. And so the highest cost would be roughly $2,000, but I would expect it to be under that number.
This is $2,000 to have Susan write up a new ordinance, is that what I'm hearing?
Write the ordinance, we have to advertise it as part of the process in approving any ordinance. Yes.
There are a lot of references to code enforcement throughout the code. It's going to be a pretty complicated, or I'm not saying 2,000 isn't enough necessarily, but I'm saying it's going to be a pretty complicated ordinance if we're going to change all of that. So I just want to mention that there's going to be a zillion little strikeouts.
So your secretary does a word search, right?
Well, I probably do it.
You gotta have a lawyer read it over. You're not just gonna have the secretary turn it in.
It's going to be a long ordinance for you to review. I don't know if there's any, I don't think there's any shorthand way to do it, to just pass an ordinance saying everywhere it says code enforcement, we want it to say code compliance. I don't think you can do that. I think we're required to do the line by line.
Might be more aggravation and money than it's worth. So we have a motion.
Comment already there?
Yeah, we didn't get to that yet. We're still going amongst.
Well, I didn't realize it was gonna cost that much money to do that. But I still don't think that's a lot of money to spend to get away from the code enforcement rather than code compliance, which is a lot smoother and softer. And that's what the whole idea of getting people to get into compliance. You want them there. You don't want to go out and enforce all these ordinances all the time. You want to get them back in compliance. So, that's where I'm at. I'll make a motion that we approve the change of name to Code Compliance Board for Code Enforcement.
Do we have a second? We do have a public comment.
Well, I think you should probably get a second first before you go out for your public comment.
Right now, we didn't get a second.
So then you probably would have to rule the motion dies for lack of a second.
Motion dies for lack of a second.
Okay, now you can do public comment and see if there's a substitute motion that might come about.
Yes.
How does that?
Scott Kraft?
Hey, Scott.
Hello. Scott Kraft, 4 Delano Lane. Personally, I think 1 penny is too much to spend to change the name of this. And it is a code enforcement board. That's what you're supposed to be doing. That's what we expect you to do. When someone has an infraction, a violation, they pretty much, it's the nicest town in the world to deal with. The police come, they talk to you, they tell you there's something going on, you get a chance to correct it. Bob will do it, Jack Reisinger will do it. You get all kinds of opportunities to do it. And you're either dumb like a fox where you go, oh, I didn't know, but pretty much you know you're in violation. You need to fix it. You affect other members of the community. It's plain and simple. It may not be your neighbor directly, which many times it is, and that's the person that calls it in and says, hey, Jack, can you go look at this guy? He's building something on my lot, or whatever it is. But it just seems to me it's silly money to spend for no reason. I mean, that name comes up all over the place, and there's been a lot of decisions made by this board that mention that. So what do you go back into history and pull all those back to? How do you do it? I don't get it. Just seems, I have a number of different thoughts, so bear with me for a second. We talk about hardships. We want to be the nice town. We want to be nice to everybody. That's great. I do too. There are some hardship cases where people don't, you don't want to all of a sudden, this is the enforcement board. I can bring up an example, One Fairway, that house there. We want to be nice to them, but it's a second house. It's not even a primary residence. Those people, okay, they don't have the money to fix their problem, but they own a house that they could sell tomorrow. It doesn't make sense to me. We're too nice in a lot of ways. But, I like nice. It's okay. So with hardship cases, I'm fine being someone that someone could call. We could post maybe issues that people have. So-and-so can't mow their lot because, it looks like hell, but nobody can do it. They can't afford it. Okay, let's have a posting in town or on the Facebook page and get some volunteers to do it. We want the community aspect to be, a better part of living here. I'm willing. I'm sure there's a lot of people there. We have all kinds of trades that live in this town. Pool guys. We got people that do everything in this town. So I'm not going to beat that to death. I just think it's silly, and I think Elon Musk would think it's silly too right now. That's government inefficiency right there. The other one, while I still have a couple seconds, I don't mean to single you out, Mr. Tadekis, but it seemed completely inappropriate to be negotiating an issue that, I try to stay pretty much aware of what's going on in this town. I miss a couple meetings. I don't want to come in here one day or see crews down my street one day putting in berms or medians or traffic easement that I didn't know about. The town doesn't know anything about it, and we're negotiating with a guy right on the floor, and you blindsided 4 of your fellow council people up there. They didn't know what was going on with it. I think they should have a little time to maybe talk about this amongst yourselves. At least bring the public in. I wasn't afforded the ability to make a comment on that. I had to watch that vote, and I'm sitting there just ready to scream if they didn't decide to not go with you. It just didn't seem appropriate. There seems like there's public comment that should come into play when it comes to a major construction project. You comment on everything. You're the man that has something to say about everything going on in this town, and I appreciate it, and I'm glad you're sitting up there. So I would just ask that you would do the same. Expect that from me.
Point well taken.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Is there any other, I would ask the commission.
Any comments?
Anybody else want to make a motion? Okay, then we move on.
To the next.
Just so I can put it out in the record, just so nobody's under a misunderstanding, because of the sunshine laws, they're not allowed to discuss issues except in the public. So they can't call each other and say.
A lot of discussion going on.
No, I'm just
Let's
letting
take
you
a
know.
vote. Bang.
Okay,
But I appreciate that. I do understand.
we're up to audit committee appointments. Town manager.
Yes, as you know, we had mentioned that we're going to go out and look for a different auditing firm. This firm was up and they raised their fee, and in not to conflict with the state statute, we do need to have a audit selection board. It would be an ad hoc committee, so it would only be for this special purpose of reviewing our requests for proposals or qualifications, and then also when the proposals come in to look at them. Commissioner Mayfield was on such a board when we did this process before, as well as another individual that is still interested in doing that. Again, one thing that's required under the statute is you have to have a commissioner on the board, and that commissioner acts as the chairperson. So, and the other nuance in the recommendation is we do have a member of the county controller's office that is used to this process, but they are not a resident, but they have volunteered their time to assist us in doing that. So basically, we need to form this. Whatever commissioner you all decide to, appoint to it, and they would be the chairperson. And then I ask that the the other two members have appointed to the committee as well.
One's a non-resident?
One's a non-resident, but it's an ad hoc committee, so it's not like one of our regular committees, but just because of the expertise that they bring to the table.
So
But-
we couldn't get any other resident to come on this committee? Could we send it out for anybody to?
Well, we can take the time and do that if you'd like. I was just trying to get it done with the recommendations of our finance director, but if you want to send it out and we'll advertise it,
Like
whatever
the
you-
gentleman said,
whatever this commission wants.
people in this town are ready to work and ready to help.
Commissioner Mayfield.
Yes. Yes, I held this position last time. I think it went pretty well. I am a licensed CPA. I'm familiar with auditing. I would be happy to do it again. Last time, I think the commission just kind of said, okay, you can choose or find residents that are interested based on who you know. I don't have a problem putting it out. If you guys want to keep it to just residents, I get that too. Nicholas Ferraro did do it last time. He's a practicing CPA, a resident. Actually, I think his business is in our town too. He did a great job and he's interested, so I definitely recommend him again. I do think it's very important to have someone who has accounting, auditing, specifically maybe some audit exposure in some capacity, whether it's the woman he recommended or someone who is a CPA, because you have to learn auditing, because auditing is rather specific and a lot of terms, and so it's just helpful to have that base as you go through the RFPs and you're trying to gauge who seems like the best choice. So that's my input.
Commissioner.
Either one's fine. Yeah, thanks for stepping up, that's awesome. Who's the firm that raised their rates on us?
CRI.
Oh, it's CRI. Okay. And Phyllis Castro, is she not in this capacity? I think she does public.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Okay, and maybe somebody to consider as well on your committee.
Okay.
I also would take advantage of the controller's office, because when you stop and take a look at it, the clerk of courts, they turn around and they also audit all of the functions in Martin County and all the constitutional offices. So I think their addition, even though they're not a resident, would be add to, the process.
I mean, we could do, isn't it 3 to 5 people or something? Sure. You could do 4 people, and so have, because last time it was just 3 people, me and 2 residents, so it could be me, 2 residents, and that might be a good idea. I mean, I don't know if I nominate, are you allowed to nominate? Can I make a motion for myself? I don't want to do that, so.
I will make the motion to nominate you to head up this committee.
I second it.
Yeah.
And I think the clerk and controller actually lives in Sewell's Point too, so you might take advantage of that.
Right.
Ms. Timmon.
Can I make a suggestion to your motion? Because time is of the essence, we want to get this moving. If you could give the authority of picking the committee members, I think we already have some names, and giving that to Commissioner Mayfield, so, we can get this process.
Can we trust you with that?
Yes, you can.
I motion to ask you to also expedite, but I meant to ask, what is the timeline we're talking about?
Well, we actually have a proposal out right now for requests, so we wanted to get the committee together so they can review that. If they want to change it, then we just extend.
In order to meet the timeline of this year.
I think, Mariah, what?
Roughly.
The end
Oh,
of
yeah.
January.
Okay, all right.
And we only have a meeting coming up on the 14th of January, so if you can give that authority to, Commissioner Mayfield, and we can take those individuals that you mentioned.
So the audit that we're talking about hiring a firm to audit for is fiscal ending,
In 24,
which was October.
right. So, yeah,
Yeah,
September 30th.
Right. And they usually provide their results.
April or May.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so please expedite as part of my
Motion?
motion. I assume you're okay with the second on that? Mind change?
Yeah.
Good.
You can answer the call the question.
Yeah. Roll call. Actually, public comment.
Very good.
All right.
Passed.
Being none, roll call.
Mayor Kurzman,
Yes.
Commissioner Mayfield,
Yes.
Commissioner Tadiscus,
Yes.
Commissioner Fender,
Absolutely.
Vice Mayor Burrell.
Yes.
All right, now we're up to discussion. Heritage property update, town manager.
Yes, as you're aware, we went out and we advertised for any proposals that our local realtors wanted to give us to handle marketing our property. Although there was some interest from 2 residents, nobody sent in a proposal. So what I did do to run concurrent with that, I put out our ad that we used for the property because there was no listing until, today. And I did have one offer, flip to the page here.
Page 181.
And so that particular offer was $385,000 for the lot. And it didn't come through a broker, it came from an individual that's interested in building a house for his family there. So we had it listed for $599, and even though we had suggested to the broker that we had of maybe lowering the price, but they had mentioned that it wasn't time to lower it at that point in time. My only, I don't think we're in a rush. In my memo, we're not in a cash crunch where we need this money right now. If you still wanted to market the property, we can market ourselves. Granted, it doesn't get into MLS if you have a broker, but if there's seems to be interest again from our local real estate brokers to, market the property for us, we can always come back with a proposal that they bring for you all to decide. And then in the meantime, we could still be marketing the property ourselves through the means that we have and advertisements and so forth, and maybe come across somebody. And the only other thing I wanted to add, similar to what we did with 78 South Sewell Point Road, is you kind of put a threshold on the offers that came in, and I don't bring an offer to you on that property unless it's over $2 million. So, if you wanted to continue on with us just marketing it, just if you can give me some direction of what that threshold would be, so I know, that, hey, we're not going to accept something at $400,000 or whatever that amount is, so it'd have to be over that amount and to bring forward to you. You all understand, or have I lost you?
So just real quick, I'll start with, I'm not passionate to sell that property, I'm passionate to protect the tree, but I'm interested, I thought Stephen Dutcher approached us to list it in replacement.
I sent him all the information and he never followed through with.
Okay, well, we
submitting
can check, but I will just also say that for some reason yesterday, Ronnie DeChambeau called me out and wanted to have breakfast with coffee this morning at Bagel Break, which I did, and he expressed some interest to know. I said, well, probably train's left the station, and I assumed that Stephen Dutcher had the contract, but he said, well, just let me know if there's an opportunity. So I'm letting you know that Ronnie DeChambeau has expressed some level of interest. I don't know what level of interest, but that's another option for you.
Yes.
If you want to list it and be on MLS.
Commissioner Mayfield.
Yes, I was just going to say that as for whether it's with a broker or not, that is not a big issue to me, but I do like the idea of setting a threshold so that you don't have to take every offer to us, so I would suggest maybe $450,000. if my fellow commissioners agree.
I'll push it to half a million.
I would like to pull the property for now, unless we get the 600,000. I think it's going to be a supply and demand situation. There's very little land available in this town, and interest rates are going down, and I think the economy is going to get better. We're getting unbelievable prices for the houses over here. Eventually, somebody's going to say, you know what, I don't mind paying $600,000 for a piece of land. When the homes are going for $2.5 million, you could pay, to build the house, another little over $1 million, and you're into a house, instead of paying $2.5 million, you got a brand-new home for under $2 million, with the permits and everything. I don't see selling this property at this point unless we get our money. And we're not desperate right now.
Man, I'm glad you're mayor.
And I just don't feel the same. I'd like to see the property pulled unless we get 600. I don't want to come penny off of it.
Do we have any idea what the comps are?
When they did the comps, that's how they came up with the $599 price. The problem is we don't have a lot of vacant property within Sewell's Point. So some of the comps were outside of our municipality. Other comps were here. One was a lot on Palm that had the boat ramp as tied into it, and I think that sold for somewhere around the $599 figure.
In terms of moving the property, I mean, there's an opportunity cost of capital. You got a situation where there's permit fees and tax revenues. But, I mean, and I'm also feel similar to y'all that there ought to be a threshold. Now, what that threshold is, I don't have a feel for it, but I think if we did some research on the comps and then be able to sit down and provide some direction to the town manager that, don't bring any offers below this amount of money. And, you're saying 6, Frank's saying 5, Caius threw out
I said 450.
another number,
Yeah, we shouldn't be in a hurry. This is something we really need to think through, and we want to make sure it's the right thing. Once we sell it, it's gone forever, and it's no longer our possession.
We could say 500 for now, and then, because we can always say no if it, to your point, but that way we don't see anything below 500.
The problem is you can't pull comps on this because there's not enough property or vacant land in Sewell's Point that has sold that you can compare it to.
It's one of the piece of land that's not on the water, and it's only, right now they're asking $800,000 for it.
What's asking for doesn't mean.
That's correct, but that's our competition.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, but it's hard to pull comps. So anybody that will pull comps will probably go out of Sewell's Point as well.
At this stage of the game, though, it's the land is not producing anything. Whereas if you sell it, you're going to be bringing in permit fees, you're going to be bringing in tax revenue, and so I think we ought to wait, determine what the right price is, but if we get the right price, we ought to move it.
Well, again, to get the right price, you have to do a comp. And if you have nothing to compare it to, it's very difficult to come up with a decent figure. So if the other piece of property is 800,000, then maybe 600 is okay.
It's producing green space in Canada, and ambiance to a lovely community. Just saying.
Think keep it as a park.
That-
I mean,
that's-
you
I'm
all,
not passionate.
you all voted to cut the tree down.
I did.
So just so you know that whatever realtor or whatever broker you give it to, it's going to be tough to pull comps. So,
Is there any motion on this?
I think it's got a good idea, right?
Do you want a motion? Do you need a motion?
Well, I think we need to come, at least setting a floor. Again, you don't have to agree to sell it for that price, but at least I could bring it before,
I
before
sort
you
of
all.
think it's a fluid sort of thing, and I don't know that we need enough.
formal vote on this, I mean, because the market's gonna change and.
I think the thing is, he would have to get our approval to sell it, period. So, but if somebody offers 300, he is obligated to bring it before us, whereas we wouldn't say yes to that. So if we give him a threshold, then he's not going to have to bring us the $300,000 offer. But because he doesn't have a threshold yet, so we just set an amount at least, and then we don't have to.
Well, my point is, if he brings it, depending on the parameters of the day, we can be interested in it or say, that's nice, you know, I mean.
You just said you didn't even want to really sell it.
I do say that.
Right.
So you're saying, but if somebody makes an offer, he's welcome, at least we should know about it.
I'm just trying to move it along.
Yeah, me too. I'm not passionate about that, I don't know what I'm talking about.
See if I can find a way to pull some
I was just trying to avoid the vote, but you have to vote, I don't
I'll
care.
look for
It
it.
doesn't matter.
Okay? I'll look for a way to try and pull some comps.
Okay, yeah.
I would say he doesn't bring us any offers below 500,000 based on what you guys are saying, because I'm hearing you don't even want to sell it, so why would you even entertain an offer
I guess
below
I think
500?
we're putting the cart before us. I assumed we were having a conversation with realtors who were interested in promoting the property. So I think that's the question. Do we want a realtor that listed or not, you know? And then they'll pull the comps and do all that.
So I make a motion to no realtor listing, and he doesn't bring us, the threshold is 500,000 to bring back any offers until everybody comes to some kind of agreement, which is not
I
tonight.
second that.
And we have a motion
In a second.
and a second. Commissioner Fender, do we have any public comment? Yes. Can you just fill out a quick form?
I'm here,
You've already been up.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
let's do it.
You have an offer of 385.
Can you tell us your address first? I'm sorry.
Scott Kraft, Fort Delano. You have an offer of 385, but I haven't heard anything about countering that offer. So, I mean, if they're willing to pay, that's not far from $500,000 if they really want to build on that lot. Just a thought.
Thanks, good info.
Can I make a suggestion? Why don't we deal with the issue you have a motion on right now, and then come back and give me the authority to go back and see if this gentleman wants to counteroffer.
Okay, we have a motion in a second, right?
Yep.
Right.
Okay, so we have a motion from
Hold the question.
Commissioner
And we had
Mayfield
com-
and a
we had
second from
comments?
Fender.
Commissioner Mayfield?
Yes.
Commissioner Titicus?
Yes.
Commissioner Fender?
Yes, sir.
Vice Mayor Burrow?
Yes.
Mayor Kurzman?
Yes.
I'm always cool.
Okay, now we're up to our D over here, which is One Mandalay.
Oh, shoot, I thought we were done.
Yeah. I'm the one that put that on the agenda. And so this has been bouncing around for a while. And the last I heard from a conversation was that the gentleman that property abuts on One Mandalay need to be consulted before some action could be taken to mitigate the flooding problem on the property. And so the question is, has that occurred? And who's taken responsibility for having that conversation? Is it Jack? Is it Bob? Is it you, Joe?
Well, I was going to participate. I'll give you that much. I was going to participate. But I believe the last thing I pointed out is that I thought it would be better to wait and see if we get the grant for South River Road, because that grant that we're pursuing also puts underground storage for any of that water that currently falls from the west to the east, okay? And some of that water's going down Mandalay, some of that water's going down Delano, and it's going down onto those lots that we are trying to keep the flooding away from. So I believe the last time I spoke, I thought it would be better to let's see if we can capture some of that water that's getting there, and before we go and start putting, we're gonna have to put drainage in those two lots, which would be basically storage, right? We basically would dig out the land, and they would have retention areas on their property. Does it help? It may help, but the other problem it has is we would tie it into an outfall pipe that's on South Sewell's Point Road, And my concern is it would help a little bit, but then we're also going to get water coming back in on it. So it's better for me to get the water that's coming in on it away from the lot. And that's why I thought we'd wait on the grant, which is supposedly, we had hoped that this grant would have been determined, quite frankly, 2 months ago, and then they said that they're not going to make a decision on this grant until January. That's the current date that we hear. So I know that's not answering your question directly, but technically that's where I thought we were. We were going to wait till we found out if the grant work that we were proposing would help this, okay, before we go and spend the money tearing up these properties.
I just have a quick question. The water that's being backed up right now, is this water that's going into the retention pond by Margarita or the retention area that's over by Mandalay?
This one would go, so everybody knows, both retention areas are connected together technically, but this one would be going into the one in Mandalay, the one right across the street from one Mandalay and the intersection of Mandalay and South Sewell Point Road.
So pretty much what Ms. Lucas is doing, she's experiencing the same thing I am, where we both back up, where it goes up to even close to my sidewalk by my house, which is just a few feet from my house. And then the water will go down, and it takes about 2 hours, sometimes on a bad day, for all the water to go down. Am I correct on that, or?
Well, first of all, she's a lower lot than you are, so she's experiencing the water more than probably you are. I'm not saying you don't see that water, but hers is lower, so of course water by gravity goes to that area more. And of course we want to fix this, okay? We're not objecting to fixing it, but I'm trying to make sure that where I get the best bang for the buck. I think if I can keep water from coming down Mandalay and coming down Delano, that is going to help that area out, okay? So I'm just a little, I just don't, I guess I'm trying to make sure people can expect, what can I reasonably expect, what can you reasonably expect from the improvement I would put out there that would mean be digging out a retention area on somebody's property? Okay, it's going to be a hole, it's going to be a hole in the ground, it's going to be sodded, and they can landscape it, but is it going to really take all the water that we're talking, that I believe she's hoping for? You know, I don't see that, because there's a lot of water coming down from the west to that area.
Vice Mayor.
Is there anything you can do on a temporary basis? Anything to help?
Well, again, we put the hole in the ground, and it moves the water to a different area, but the problem is that.
But we keep moving this further down the road every time we talk. You know, now we're waiting for a grant in January. You know, so if there's any kind of temporary fix that we can do right now to help, I'm sure would be appreciated, you know.
Well, we'll set up the meeting. They were out of town during the summertime, but they're probably back in town now, right?
I've been there 3 times and haven't gotten a response, so, and there has been no cars, so I don't know if they're still out of town or what the case is, but I'll continue to keep trying to get a hold of the neighbor, so.
Commissioner Frank T.
Yeah, they, and we must have an out-of-town address for the individual, right? I mean, to reach out to them and say, listen, when are you coming back and can we have a conversation? Because, you know, I mean, as long as I've been coming to these meetings, Mrs. Lucas has been coming to these meetings and saying, I got a problem. And the solution not only involves her property, but also involves a property that she abuts up against in the backside. And so, I mean, you're not talking about digging a hole, but you're talking about talking to the neighbor and saying, are you amenable, you know, to a fix that's going to impact your property?
And this commission would also have to approve the expenditure which,
We're not even there yet, Bob.
well, I know, but I'm just saying that, you know, there's, again, there's, like Joe said, there's a cost factor that's involved. So he's trying to look for the grant dollars, but
Didn't we already discuss the cost on this? For
we did,
temporary?
and the commission didn't want to go further.
250,000 or whatever?
No, it was 76,000, I think was.
Yeah, you were thinking about the work on River Road, the 260. You're right, we talked about that, and we did talk about, and we did put in the bid for the Cheatham's bid, we did put an alternative for the $70,000 to dig this out.
Okay.
So we did put that, but all we did, we got a price, okay, at this point.
Sandbags, I don't care what you do with it. Just try and get the water off this Lucas property,
Well,
you know, for now. For the person, until you come up with a permanent solution.
does the $70,000 involve the property next to Mr. Lucas?
Yes.
Okay. Step one then is we need to have a conversation with the property owners.
Correct.
Okay. And then once, if they're in agreement, then it's got to come back here in terms of, do we want to spend the $70,000 to fix it? So, I mean, we can have a Zoom meeting with these individuals, Bob.
Well, I think that's putting the cart before the horse, to be quite honest with you, because if I go ahead and do get all the okays, now they expect it to go forward, but if this commission decides they don't want to fund the $70,000 for the project, then I got to go back and say, well, I'm sorry, we're not going to be able to do anything, so we don't have the funding.
Well, I'll make a motion that we fund this project to $70,000.
I'll second it. And that the money come out of the $1 million that we're building up on the .04 tax side.
I accept that.
Commissioner Fender?
Yeah, so, sounds like there's a motion and a second, but, and I certainly don't want to design this now, but I did wander over there one day when it was raining, because I wanted to get an understanding of the impact. And correct me if I'm wrong, but when I walked from the South Sewell's Point Road, from the street into the back of Ms. Lucas's property, there was some puddling there, but on the roadside, is there not a grate, a water containment?
There's inlets, there's an inlet and a pipe system
Yeah.
that takes everything to the outfall there, yes.
That's my question.
It's
I
on-
think
it's on-
there's
it's
an
on-
opening right there, right? And I
Yeah.
wonder if the adjoining property, is it behind her or to the west of her?
South.
It's actually south of her, technically it's her backyard.
South.
And it's
So
the
it would
property
be
right
probably
along,
between the two, hers and the one behind it, not on Mandalay.
that's correct.
Oh, okay, all right. Just rerouting that water into that water retention area, is that beyond is that not going to solve the problem? And I would assume that means raising the backyard a little bit.
The problem with raising the backyard, then I push more water onto the neighbor's property.
No, I think you would
So
push
I
the
gotta
water
be
into a
careful how
small
we do
ditch in
that.
between the two properties, which would route it into that storm drainage entry. Again, I'm not trying to design this here. I'm
Okay,
not an
well-
engineer.
Can I?
Yeah,
Okay.
Commissioner Mayfield.
I just want to say that I won't be voting yes on this because I think this is really not very transparent. You're voting to spend $70,000 of taxpayers' money on the fly, and it wasn't even on the agenda. So that's a thoughtful decision to spend $35,000 on an individual's home, deserved or not, probably is deserved, but I am certainly not ready to make that decision right now, so I'll be a no.
Joe, I have a question. In other words, what I do see sometimes with the outfall on Mandalay, the water is probably the same.
Can I speak? I own the property. I think you should let me speak. Joe has been there, the manager's been there. Have you been there, any of you, in my backyard?
I have.
I've been out by the property.
I've had enough. Can I speak now?
Come on up and speak.
I mean, I've been sitting here through all this, listening to new projects, more money, this, that, and the other thing. Have you been on my property?
Yes.
No, in my yard,
Yes.
in my backyard. You have come in my backyard. No, you're not.
Well,
You
I
have
came
not.
up to the line.
You have not come in my backyard.
Okay.
I can show you pictures, and I just will tell you, of what my yard looked like before. Which, by the way, I don't think I signed those papers for you to do what you did on the road. I don't think I ever signed them. How funny is that? And by the way, when the hurricane came and you asked me I could stay at your house, bullcrap. And the man here who's talking about the neighbors taking care of each other, I took care of the woman up the street who died in her garage. And the guy up the road that had no money, couldn't find anybody to run a lawnmower. What the hell are you doing? My husband's dead 11 years. I've lived in that house 20 years. You've done nothing. It is flooded. I have mold on my fence. I have mold in my yard. My yard is disgusting. My dog has cancer. Quote the vet. He got the cancer from the toxic water. Got it? He's going to have an operation. Any of you people want to pay for it? My donor is from Maryland, who lives next door to Joe Biden. And you're right, Elon would be disgusted. I had a bid here for $32,000. Could have fixed the whole damn thing. You let this go 3 years. What the hell? Not one of you will come on my property. Frank has. You have. Where? Where? It's disgusting. They came. I'm embarrassed. I spent a lot of money on that house. And I've never had flooding. Never, ever have I had flooding. Yes, in a hurricane? Of course. Did it ever come up to the house? No. Did it come up to the fence in the backyard? Did I have a river? Let me quote Brian Mass again. Cindy, that's the Mississippi River, Lake Michigan, and numerous ponds and springs. Would you like me to ask him to come here and speak for me? Because he will. Matter of fact, I'm going to call Marco Rubio's office tomorrow. They're aware of it. There's no repercussions. You people take the grant money, and then when you screw it up, sorry, Joe, because his brother renovated my house, and he's a Catholic, and you know what it's like to be a widow. Go to church tomorrow, because all of you don't get it. You get the grant money, and then you screw it up, and there's no recourse. We, the people, have no say. You're disgusting. I'm going to cry. I'm going to go home now. My husband's gone. He did a lot for a lot of the community. And by the way, so did I. I helped renovate that park. I drove all the way up to Wabasso to get that urn that's in the middle of the park. Not like I'm not nobody, but I am nobody. Thank you so much. Had enough. It's disgusting. Lived here all this time and for what? Shame on you. Go to church.
Ronnie Piccolo?
Piccolo, I live on Lucindia. I live on Mandalay, but I have followed what goes on with the commissioners. When we did the project on Mandalay, wasn't the presentation that the flooding would be solved? Obviously, it didn't get solved. I really feel the town shouldn't be paying for this. I think the contractor, Capra, should be paying to fix the problem that was promised to be fixed to begin with. This has nothing to do with the town. She's right. If she didn't have water before, and now she has water after the project was finished, she's damaged. If you buy something and you don't get the quality of what you're expecting, you go back to the vendor and get paid back. You don't have a mulligan. That's what this is, a do-over. You don't have a do-over that the taxpayer gets visibility twice. Whether it's a grant or not, it's somebody's tax money that's paying that. She's absolutely right. It has to be fixed. I got no skin in that game, but if it was my house, I would be way more angry than she is. But we shouldn't be paying for it as the taxpayers. It should be paid for based on the promise that the words flood South Sewell's Point Road and Mandalay would not be in the same sentence again, but obviously it is. So do the right thing by this woman, fix it, but we shouldn't pay for it as taxpayers.
Commissioner Fender.
So, obviously, I've been following this issue for a long time, and I'm certainly sensitive to the passion and the concern, and I feel compelled to say that in every conversation we've had, our goal always is to right the wrong. Every time that someone comes before the commission and says, hey, flooding isn't working quite right on River Road or in Miss Lucas's backyard, that problem is not dismissed. We are working on it, and it will get resolved. I will say that flooding is way better on South Sewell's Point Road than it was. To say that it is not, it would be a complete mischaracterization. I mean, I go down there all the time. I live down there, and there are times, the issues in one's backyard is important. We'll get it fixed, but the overall protection of the community on South River Road, South Sewell's Point Road, where we all drive, can't be flooded. I mean, we have to be able to egress that right away, which is why we're spending the money and raising the road. And so I just have to say that I don't think it helps Mrs. Lucas's case to throw a tirade, because and it's happened more than once. I was well aware of what she would say when she decided to approach the dais, because we've heard it in the past. We want to help her, and every time we reach out to help her, we're greeted with that. We will still fix the problem. The problem will get fixed. At the end, you may put us in a rock and a hard place because you said, we got to fix it for free. That will be difficult to do. The fix will cost money, and all fixes do, and we'll find the most cost-effective fix possible, as Mr. Capper has done many times for us in the past, including on South River Road most recently, with reducing a $250,000 project to a $27,000 project. I believe Joe wants to fix this problem and wants to help Ms. Lucas. It doesn't help to berate the people that are trying to help you as well, right?
I wasn't berating you.
No, I know, I appreciate that. And I didn't take your comments as berating, by the way, but I just want to make, the only statement I'm trying to make here is that we are on this dais to help the community, and we will help you and the issues you might raise, but we will certainly help Ms. Lucas as well. Probably not on the time frame that she needs it fixed by, because that needed to be yesterday, but it is on the list of important projects that we are focused on. And the flooding on all of the peninsula, both south and north, is one of our highest focuses, as well as, by the way, the number one focus, which is financial stewardship. We have to do it in a way that does not impact the taxpayer negatively.
If you understand my point, that we as the town residents, as a resident of speaking, I am not one of the commissioners, we're paying for the same issue twice. That doesn't seem right to me.
I get the frustration.
And I hope she gets her problem solved.
We have to have a point of order, because we can't have this conversation like this, but
Well, I used my whole 3 minutes, so.
No worries. I'm just going to end it here, but I'm just going to say, the point for me as a commissioner is to help Mrs. Lucas, and I think we will, yeah.
Commissioner Mayfield.
Yeah, I just want to say quickly, I live in High Point, therefore drive past there many times. I've lived there for going on 9 years now, so I lived there before the project, after the project. There's a lot of water there. The problem can get better. I believe she has a problem, but it's never going to go away. I just don't, just like my animal sense tells me that is the lowest part, and to the idea that no water will be there. There was a ton of water there before. It just sat more on the street. Maybe some has moved to the point of trying to fix it and remedy the problem, but the idea that all that water will go away, I just want to be a little bit of a realist. And I do remember Joe telling us once, I know he tries to make everybody happy, residents, commission, everybody, and I think he tries his best, but I do remember him saying several times he would only, quote, guarantee no homes flooding, if that is a correct statement, he was like, I can say no homes, but I never want to say that there will never be water in your yards. I don't want to
Well,
misquote you.
which was my entire point right before Mrs. Lucas, which was, if we can just raise that yard a little bit, the water's got to go around it and then into his water containment area, which I think is as not an engineer, I'll take somebody else's more astute approach, but it seems to me as if I owned the lot, I would try to fill the area where the water is collected, is all I'm saying. So the water has to go elsewhere.
Joe, can I ask you a question? What does the yard actually look like? Like I say, I've seen the water, but I've seen it on the side of the house, and I see it go onto the neighbor's property. And I know her backyard slopes down, so I imagine it's going to the back of her backyard. Am I correct on that?
Yes, goes to her backyard. Yep, and it comes down Mandalay, goes towards the backyard, and we talked about a plan of putting a berm there so some of that water doesn't get back there. The problem you have, and quite frankly, I think people, we are going to, it's well documented, the flooding there, okay? It's well documented, the flooding is gone away as bad as it was. There was months that flipping area was full of water, okay? And if you go down there now, it's in the hours. It's not in the days, it's not in the weeks, it's not in the months, okay? So I agree that but the fact of the matter is, to get these projects approved, I have to get permits. And those permits say that I cannot throw water in, I got to provide water quality treatment. I got to provide some kind of stormwater treatment in storage, okay? And that happens in the road, it happens in the adjacent properties, it happens in everything. Otherwise, I can't just throw that water in the river. There's laws that keep us from doing that, okay?
But are we putting it in the STA, the STA
No.
thing?
That's down the road, and that's why we have the pumps out there from time to time, okay? But that doesn't get all the water there. First of all, those instantaneous rains, if you go out there during instantaneous rain, it goes to that area first, right? And that's the problem I have with the roads, the drainage system that's in the road. Once that system is full, guess what? If I start opening up an area for that water to go to on her property and her neighbor's property, the water's going to go there. It's not as an easy solution as you think it is. I have to keep the water from flooding the houses first, and I have to work on getting the water levels out of there in a short period of time. That's all we've ever said we can do. That's the only thing we've been able to do to get the grants, okay? So it's nice to say that you think it's never going to flood. It is always going to flood, folks. You live on a flippin' peninsula that is surrounded by water, and everything is low here. And guess what's going to happen? And you're going to see it in your resiliency report. And guess what? If you look at what's going to happen in this town, we are going to be putting seawalls surrounding this town. And guess what? We're going to have to retain some water, and then and basically you're going to have emergency pumps. That's what they're doing down south now. So get used to it, and everybody's going to have to play a part in this. You're going to put storage in your roads. You're going to put storage on people's private properties. Why do you think we're getting lands and using part of Mrs. Riley's lot? It's the same thing we're going to do on all these other lots. I'm just telling you, folks, the idea that we're going to keep flooding from happening here, and what we have to do is keep the houses from flooding. That's what we have to do first. The next thing is I have to get people access to their homes and roads, okay? So I got to be able to provide a certain amount of access for that. So I keep that water level down too, okay? But this is going to be, and we got people on, and the only way we can do it is store water on people that live on the west side of the peninsula, because guess what? Their water is getting down to the east side of the peninsula and flooding them. So all these things are in all the designs we're doing. All these things are being built, okay? It's amazing we're getting the grants we're getting. It is amazing we're getting the grants we're doing. And quite honestly, the fact of the matter is, you can put 10 more engineers on this property. There's already been 5 engineers that reviewed all these designs that are out here. Because I get reviewed by permitting agencies, and it's not just one permit, it's multiple permit agencies. I get reviewed by the grant agencies who have engineers on theirs. They're all reviewing this stuff.
Let me ask you this. I'm probably wrong on raising that, I don't know the water table level on this Lucas property, but if we were to raise her backyard 6 inches, in the back corner where I saw puddling, where would that water go?
It's going to go to her next door neighbor because he's lower.
Okay, well, my suggestion is we raise both of them, right? And why would it go into the water containment hole that is right in that back corner?
Well, I can direct it to go to that area, okay? My point is that system is full of, that conveyance system is full of water too.
Well, when I was there, it was 4 or 5 inches lower. So if the water could have gotten there, it would have gone into that drain.
And there's a period of time when in a storm, there's a period of time that the water will do that, okay? But the point is, the first thing she's gonna see is water coming from my road going into her property. That's the other thing we're doing here, folks, is I have to provide a drainage system for the road, and I have to provide a drainage system for the adjacent to the road. That's what we've been doing, okay? But guess what? You know, if my road water goes into her property, she's gonna say, hey, you flooded my property. I can't do that. So that's why there's two separate
And
systems.
that's why I'm suggesting a little bit of raising in her back corner of her property, so the water doesn't go there. It won't go into the road either, because the road's higher, right? It will go into that drainage facility right there behind her property.
So when I do that, again, will it help? We can do that, okay? First of all, I gotta figure out how the water is not gonna go to the neighbor's property, okay? And how far that's gonna be up to his front door, okay? So that's one thing. The second thing is, then I gotta figure out how I get the water to the system that's in the road, not in the road, but adjacent to the road, which then has to go to the outfall system, okay? And all I'm trying to tell you, it's, what you're gonna be doing is,
Out there at some point next week, just so we can, instead
Yeah.
of talking, you know, we're sort of talking hypothetically here,
Yeah,
without
it'd be
actually
easier.
seeing the space.
Let me explain something. Yeah, I'm talking, Joe knows that I have pictures on my camera before this project was done. When I was in Chief Tina's car, we had a king tide. The water was way up there in her house, and I have the pictures. You could see the wakes going up. That's how bad it was. This project prevented that from happening, where the wakes were almost up to the house.
It's better
And
than
I
it
got a
was.
video, yes, it's better than it was. Every time we had heavy rain, that would flood. And if you had a king tide, it would flood. It came across the street right into her yard. I don't know if it went to her backyard. I can't speak for that.
All I'm
I
suggesting
didn't look in the
is,
backyard.
before we vote on spending 70 grand, maybe we meet, even as a commission there on the property, to look at what the parameters are and have you explain to us where we can see, instead of just sort of talking around it, and maybe cut to the chase and save some time for all of us.
Yeah.
you know.
once you're out there, we can show it to
That would make more sense, right?
you. Yeah, that's fine.
You okay with that?
You guys have been talking about it for 3 years.
You okay with that?
No.
Okay, well, you brought it up, so now we're trying to come up with a solution. I'm suggesting you meet out there next week, and so that we don't have to talk about it for 3 more years.
I'll be happy to meet out there, but there's a motion and
Can I
a
make-
second on the floor.
Okay.
There's a motion on.
We have a motion and a second. We've had public comment, and can we have a roll
I'm
call?
suggesting there's a motion and a second to spend money that we don't even know how to spend.
Well, then don't vote for it.
I mean, I want to, but I'd like to.
That's a simple
but I can't.
process. You either say yes or you say no, and that'll take care of it.
All right, we have a motion from Vice Mayor Burrell, and we have a second from Frank T. And April, please give roll call.
Commissioner Fender?
I'll be happy to vote in favor of this after we see a design, so I'm going to vote no today.
Vice Mayor Burrell?
Yes.
Mayor Kurzman?
I'm going to go along with Commissioner Fender. I'd like to see something to what the solution is. I just don't want to throw $70,000. I want to see what the solution is first. And so the answer right now is going to be no until I see that.
Commissioner Mayfield?
No.
Commissioner Titicus?
Yes.
Three to two vote.
What I'd like to do is see more of what we can do with the solution, with the price, what we can do, a solution that would work, and how good will it work? And that's what's going to be the key at this point. I would like this to come back again in January, but with a realistic solution. not just saying yes to something without having the solution in hand.
Well, we went through this,
Yeah.
the vote is the vote, but as far as the solution is concerned, we went through this with Joe at least 5 times,
My button's on.
so.
There's no plan, there's
So
no
then-
drawings, I would like
No,
to
no,
see
I'm
something.
just saying, so don't think there's gonna be another different solution than what he's already suggested. Okay?
Commissioner Fender?
So I also don't want to see this last another 3 years. I'm appalled that you're quoting a 3-year figure, and I hope it's wrong, but it doesn't matter. I'd rather find a solution to the problem, and so I think the next steps is to schedule a meeting. Maybe the town manager can drive it to have, I'll certainly show, but if you can find a time that works on Joe's schedule, I'd like to meet him out there, just so I visually understand what a possible solution could be, and then let's try to bring it up, as you mentioned, in January on something that's votable and not just flying by the seat of our pants. And let's try to appease Ms. Lucas and tell her that we are diligent in solving her problem. We're sensitive to it, and then we're gonna meet on her property on whatever date you say it is. It's gotta be productive time, it's not tirade time, it's time to actually look at what the options are.
We have to meet individually, don't we?
Well, we met
Well-
the Heritage Lot.
We can post it, but you just have to watch your conversations, it's
Yes.
more to see what Joe's gonna show you than, expressing your comments. Like, your comments should be here in the public view, not somewhere else.
And if we have to cycle in one by one, that's fine too, whatever it is. I would like engineer time.
Okay, next on the agenda is C, High Point.
Yeah. I brought that up, and I received a letter, and I think everybody did, from Mr. Lagana. And it basically, in the letter, he was pitching or asking that table the foreclosure for 30 days so that he has an opportunity to come back and negotiate with the town manager. So,
That's not what I heard, but,
I didn't get a letter
Probably because the email wasn't,
And
that's why.
I'll have to refer to our counsel, because it's my understanding we can't change the action, it's already in motion.
I'm not handling the foreclosure, but that's my understanding that that's.
Because it's the 17th and this is the 10th. And I believe the judge kept retained any changes has to come from him. So we would have to petition the courts if the commission decided that that's what they wanted to do. But if I can just mention this to the commission, and I mentioned this to Mr. Lagana, and, I really like him, but he hasn't come into compliance. So I think talking about any negotiations is, until that property comes into compliance, because what's the main purpose of the fines and everything else that's been going on is because that property has failed to come into compliance. So it's almost like you're changing what the rules are, and we're gonna go ahead and negotiate without having the property in compliance, and that property may never come into compliance.
Do we have any more commission discussion before I go to public comment? All right, we have public comment. Mr. Lagana?
Tony Lagana, 19 East High Point Road. Sir, can you tell me what bringing the lot into compliance is?
Yes, Tony, you have mentioned that several times to you. Do you not remember?
Can you tell me again?
Okay. The condex box has to be removed. The fencing has to be removed. The wood that's littered around the property has to be removed.
First of all, the wood is not littered around the property.
Well, we're not here to debate that,
The plywood-
okay?
The
You
plywood
asked the
is there
question, I
as
gave you
part
the
of
answer.
Construction. The chief I visited the chief to ask her about placing the Conex box, and she has testified already to the point that I did go there. She shouted across the room to Jack Reisinger. Others have used the Conex box. They've been allowed in the past. Are they allowed now? Mr. Reisinger didn't have any particular comment. Okay? If he had asked for a permit at the time, I would have happily given him a permit or made application for it. As far as the fence goes, I don't remember the exact ordinance. I believe it's 70-something or other. It says it has to be put up before construction is done. So the lot has been in compliance the whole time. You tell me how the lot is not in compliance. You tell me what damage to the town that Conex box and that fence is imposing upon other residents. The town manager at the time, Ms. Berger, for whatever the reason was, decided I should not build a house there. The trees that she claims I took down without a permit had been approved by the previous administration. Ma'am, I know you worked with Mr. Torsivia. His words, and it was recorded by a court reporter, was Pam said, don't worry about the time limit, but Pam is not here anymore. I mean, if that's the way we're going to conduct business, that is not the way the town should. What Ms. Berger denied for this town was, number one, the permit fee, which probably was in the neighborhood of $30,000. Plus she denied the town the increased tax revenue. Sorry, okay. Thank you. And by the way, sir, if the town decides not to grant me relief, I have the checkbook here, the fine will be paid, but the town will pay a lot more. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
This was your item, are you comfortable?
You got another public comment.
But yeah, it was from the previous item.
It's
You
from-
would like to hear it, but
Oh.
make sure you brought the item up.
Yeah.
I have here the letter. It's up on the screen. I don't see where there's a 30-day request in the letter.
Well,
Well,
I
guess let me
think-
ask you a different way. What's your hope of this? Did you add?
I'm hoping that there can be a resolution between Mr. Lagana and the town, and that, you know,
Do you have any recommendations for that resolution?
well, what he's put in his letter is he said it'll absorb the losses, and he won't, he wants to move forward with building a house. And I think, you know, the town has an opportunity to ask, you know, now you got a judgment against them for $370-some thousand. But I think that somewhere between the 370 and zero, there's a room to negotiate. So,
I don't know, I'm not an attorney. I mean, I think you were in the last shade meeting. What was it?
I don't think so, no.
Oh, okay.
no, I wasn't there.
Is there any way we could have a meeting maybe tomorrow, and let's effort to maybe see if we can get something prior to this? Is that
has said that is a possibility. I mean, it does have to be posted as early as possible before you hold the meeting. I think, as of when I spoke to him earlier today, he would be able to attend the meeting tomorrow. I don't know if he has any time restrictions tomorrow or not. So yes, that's possible, as far as that's my understanding.
I'm not available tomorrow, but you don't need me.
No, we'll have to be there.
I can look and see if there's anything on his schedule.
Would have to be during the day.
I'm available Thursday afternoon.
I'm good Thursday afternoon.
Sure, but Thursday, I gotta check my schedule.
I'm not good for Thursday.
You said no?
I'm not good for Thursday.
Excuse me.
I'm good for Wednesday or Thursday. I'm good for Friday.
I'm in Vero on Friday until about 1 p.m. I can be back here after 1 p.m. on Friday.
I believe Friday's extremely problematic for Joanne.
This all has to be done before the 17th, I think that's the deadline date, right?
That's when the auction occurs, is on the 17th.
Can I say something? I did read the letter. I was having issues with my email, so it was kind of a quick read not that long ago. But I didn't, I mean, we've been doing this a while. It's unfortunate. Nobody likes it. It always came down to compliance. And I think the town manager mentioned that. And it was always once the homeowner came into compliance, negotiations can start. That's my understanding. That makes sense. And I'm not saying I won't do a meeting, but I feel like we're having the same meeting we had before, and nothing's changed on the homeowner's part as far as my understanding. And I read this, and I didn't see, I will come into compliance, and then maybe we can I didn't see that. Maybe I misread it, but I don't see that, and that's, well, this is my point. So I don't, I think it's just a waste of taxpayers' money and time. This is just, you know, once that happens, then I think the town has been consistent in years saying that once compliance happens, negotiations can begin. And it is not a good precedent. You know, law and order, all this stuff people talk about, this is it. This is the rules. We've been very, I know, but that just hasn't happened. So that's, I can't, I'm surprised we're still even here, to be honest. It's a little bit wild.
Melanie, please come.
I would like to know which of you, after following all the rules, still finds themselves behind the 8th ball and would not stand up for themselves when you know that that you followed all the rules, and because of the lie of one particular official, find yourself in this position. And if you can't do that, I will find a venue that will. The checkbook is here. I'll pay the $378,000, 810 cents, $372,810.52. And then this town that I love, I have to fight, or I have to find a venue, because no one of any of you have checked the veracity of the town manager's presentation. Yes, I admit the fact that the judge, I did a lot of wrong things. I'm not an attorney. Because my attorney tells me because of a time constraint, he had the fraud listing, but it had to be presented within a year. So yes, as far as the courts are concerned, I am guilty of whatever part of the foreclosure. The foreclosure is, everything done was legal, but because of one official and the lies of one official, I find myself in that position. So I will pay the $378,000. But believe me, when I tell you that this town that I love will pay a lot more. There is not going to be any auction. I will pay the money.
And then when you come into compliance?
Sir, the lot has been in compliance the whole time. I will show you what the ordinances, and we have the testimony. There was one other person, another builder, right up the street from where I'm living now, that had one of those Conex boxes.
You still didn't answer my question. Will you come into what the town considers compliance?
I am in compliance.
We're telling you,
no,
we've been telling you for 5 years, to
Tony.
remove the Conex box and the chain link fence, and you have.
And then when I'm going to build a house, I have to put them back anyway, to comply with the law.
That doesn't matter. To answer your earlier question, I can honestly tell you, I would never find myself in the position you're in now. I mean, I'm frustrated by it, because I don't want you to be in this
So
position.
in other words, you would pay whatever the
No, I
cost
would have
is.
negotiated 5 years ago not to be in the position you're in now.
There was nothing to negotiate.
I understand your position, and in fact, I can't even talk about it. I think you should talk to your attorney at this point. I am sympathetic with you.
My
Mr. O'Donnell,
attorney has
but
told me that according to the law, the foreclosure is legal.
I'm just saying, yeah, even the things you're saying tonight about paying the money, you should work with your attorney on, because I think there is a foreclosure auction happening on the 17th.
Well,
And you should participate in that if you want to.
No, I
maintain
will
that
pay the
property.
fine, so there is no,
Oh.
there is not going to be any foreclosure. As I say, I will pay the $378,000.
I'm not an attorney, I don't know if that's how it works or not, but I think you should consult with your attorney on this.
Okay, who gets the check? Do you get the check, sir?
No,
Who gets the check?
it would come to the town clerk, but I'm not sure of the amount that you're reading, because my understanding, there's legal fees that are also covered with it, and
Total amount that was,
in the judge's
ordered
order.
by the court- But in the judge's order.
Okay.
Was $378, $378,810.57.
And when will you come into compliance?
I am in compliance.
Well, you see, we're not getting anywhere, Tony, because we keep telling you you're not. You believe that you are, but you're not.
I can
Everything-
show you that I am.
I-
Read your own ordinances.
Tony, can I,
Good, Frank, please go.
Tony,
Yes, sir.
you know, if you remove the fence and the Connex box, then what I'm hearing is that the town's willing to sit down with you and come up with perhaps a solution. I mean,
Let me ask you something, Frank. Mr. Titicus, it's Titicus.
Titicus, let me say it right.
Would you negotiate, when you know that you are right, that Ms. Berger used films that she took, or that one of her people took, of my permitted tree removal, and presented them to the special magistrate?
but
She lied.
What?
In the violation, it said she never issued any permits.
I hear you, but what will it cost you to remove the fence and the box? To get the dialogue going?
Probably around $2,000.
It's a hell of a lot cheaper than $378, Tony.
That it is, that it is.
We've been doing this for 5 years.
You know, just trying to get that
I know, I appreciate it, we've tried.
Yeah,
And if I can ask our counsel, you can research this, because I don't even know how at this late date that we can,
They would require action from the court.
so you'd have to petition the court, because I think the judge withheld the jurisdiction on it, so we can't even agree to anything unless we get the judge to agree.
Yeah, I mean, we would have to ask the counsel that represented us in the foreclosure case, I think would be the best course of action, because I've only been following it, from a distance, but, it's not a simple thing.
Excuse me, if I can see it correctly, it's Ms. Garrett. If I pay the fine, that's what the foreclosure is for the amount of the fine, is that correct?
I have to be careful here because I don't want to be, I can't give you legal advice because I'm not your attorney. But I think we're past the point of it being a question of paying the fine because the property was liened for the amount of the fine and then the foreclosure was approved by.
For the amount of the fine. So if the fine is paid, does it still go into foreclosure?
That does not automatically, I don't believe that automatically ends the foreclosure action. It's already in foreclosure. We're, as far as I know, past the point of doing that. There may be some other way to unwind it, but I think it's more complicated than that.
And then there's just the issue, again, I hate to keep bringing it up, but compliance. I mean, so, paying the fine doesn't necessarily mean you're in compliant. And, it's, so.
Well, let me ask all of you. Is it a matter of ego that if one complied with the law and all of you folks determined that it's not in compliance, do we forget what is written down as the law and only address the edict from the board?
I would turn around and ask you the same question. Is the problem we're at right now an ego problem? We could have solved this years ago. For the same question that everybody's asking the dais.
We could have
Will you
solved
come
this,
into compliance?
we could have solved this question years ago. Let me tell you some of the problems that I ran into. Number one, I could not find an attorney to represent me at the special magistrate's hearing. But let's face it, I had been approved once before, so I appeared pro se, not knowing that things, again, it sounds paranoid, but things were stacked against me. By using the films, by taking the films of my permitted tree removal, why didn't Ms. Berger or her people stop the people removing the trees? She had stopped us once before.
I can't replay history.
Tony,
I don't know if this is productive.
please, if you can, please move the box and the fence, and we could start in a positive note by doing that.
Well,
We could work with you.
I want to stop the foreclosure, number one.
Get rid of the fence and the box, and then we could work with you. Please. We could.
And we've said that for
Please.
more than 1 year.
Yeah, I mean, give me something to work with, please.
In the meantime, just so that I make sure that the vultures who have been calling, they called my wife's son in Arizona to tell her that she was going to lose, or they were going to lose their inheritance if they didn't hire them. First of all, I can show you the letters and the phone calls I got from the vultures.
So that has nothing to do with us.
No,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It really, doesn't have anything to do with us.
I'm just trying to find out, just so that the foreclosure is stopped, who gets the check for the amount of the
You have to
foreclosure?
find that out from the attorneys,
Yeah, have your attorney.
and that would be
Attorney,
tomorrow
please.
or whenever. You know, there's no way of us telling you right now that you could write a check to us, because you can't. Okay, the only thing we can do is refer to the attorneys and let them handle it. If you're willing to do that, that's great.
In the morning.
That's all.
Yes.
Okay.
If they're willing to do it, you're willing to do it, then it's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
Wish you all the luck. Any chance we can at least get with Ms. Konsky, who's been very patient?
Ms. McCoskey, please.
Kathy Muskowski. When Cindy Lucas was talking about her property, I just listening to you brainstorm. And we can't just have a heart for the trees. We have to also have a heart for our people and our residents. And so where were the where we got all together in the community new and we went over to the property that was destroying the trees, and we had a meeting right out there, and the commissioners were there, and the town manager was there, and I'm like thinking, hey, when did we do this for Cindy Lucas's property? So idea, light bulb, that would be a suggestion, and I say that positively, not that you didn't do it, but that maybe we need to do it. And I know for myself, I've said my husband understands irrigation and drainage, so that's been his life. So I've told her we'll go over there, but I get it, you get busy, and I forget until today. But I don't know whether, I think that would have been meaningful for something like that to have occurred and her to have witnessed it. The other thing is, the law kills. That is something to always remember. The law in anything, whether you talk about church or whether you talk about our community, and the law can kill. It's a good thing in a lot of ways because it gives us our boundaries and everything. But when it becomes so much more important than redemption and restoration, then I say, where is our heart? Okay, so I appeal to you. I have watched that case, meaning Tony Laganis, and while I see maybe I can see fault in Tony's, some of his approaches. If I were him, I would have gotten a lawyer straight away. He didn't do that. And so it multiplied, but I also know, because I was on the CEB board then, and we were not being used. I mistakenly thought they were going to use me and came to that first hearing where we had the magistrate, Waters, I think that is that Tyson, and he ruled, and it was like listening to the town manager at the time, not Mr. Daniels, but our previous one. He said, she said, he said, she said. And I actually knew more of the things because I was kind of watching as a code enforcement person, but never involved. And I could see things where Tony wasn't explaining himself really well. And yet Tyson Waters ruled against him. And once you have that ruling against you, the fines begin to go. All right? And so who pays for that magistrate? Oh, the town does. I've been on the board and I've been told that I listen to what Reisinger or the town lawyer or whoever tells me about the community. I'm not supposed to go out there and say, what's the public record? Who complained? Who did this? Who did that? So, and I'm supposed to base my judgment on what the town has given me. I take into consideration the heart of everything, even the heart of the individual, or even where you're headed with Fieldway Drive. And so I say the town should never be in a position to profit. And I don't know in this instance, like he said, who gets the money. I don't really know, but I'm just saying we can't lose it. I get what you're trying to do. I get the laws and our rules. But at what point, do we take it too far?
We've already spent that money, right?
Okay.
We're just trying to recoup the money we've lost in this
But I know, but you're headed, now you're getting another case. I mean, I don't know if that's been resolved, but the last time I was here, that was up, and you're talking about foreclosure. Okay? We don't want to be known for that.
Absolutely.
So I remember what I said, the law kills. It's a spiritual, what do you call it, nugget.
Thank you, Kathy, appreciate it. All right, staff comments.
Just a suggestion, if we run late, our bodily systems sometimes have to take a break. So, if this ends up being where we are for a while, we might want to look at maybe every 2 hours at least taking a 5 to 10 minute break and getting through, because I'm sure I'm not the only one, and even the residents that come here, they can gauge it a little bit better that way.
Yeah, we don't have meetings this long all the time.
I hope not. I said, I hope not.
We used to
10:30.
have them.
Mayor, I do have one thing.
Yes.
I just wanted to report the Treasure Coast Food Bank and how much we
yeah.
collected. So I want to thank the residents because I'm pleased to announce that we collected 573 pounds of food
Yeah.
that created 477 meals for people on the Treasure Coast. So I'm very proud of it.
Yay.
Commission comments.
Just a quick one, thank all the staff and Chief Teen and the Christmas party. It seemed very successful. Nice work.
Yes.
I echo that.
Seen it, a lot of hours I see you put in there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chief.
And the staff. I'm going to make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
I'll make the motion.
I was going to make this one.
That was a lot.